and robust budget can only be a positive thing to help us move forward with our battle against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Question B, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question B is from Claire Wood to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, why is the Council proposing to cover parts of the Derby Racecourse with artificial grass, which has several negative environmental impacts? I don't believe Ms Wood is here this evening, so I will move straight to question C, which is from Pauline Inwood to Councillor Hassel. It is, where is the consideration of the climate emergency in the Council's capital programme? I believe Ruth Coates will be asking a supplementary question on Pauline Inwood's behalf.
Ruth Coates, would you ask a supplementary?
Up here. Okay. In your answer, you give a long list of consultations when budgeting, a long list of considerations when budgeting and planning, with investment in green and low carbon improvements tacked on the end. The impression I get is that the environmental health and welfare of the city and the planet is always an afterthought. Why is there not a standard written procedure by which every initiative and development is fully assessed for its impact on net zero targets and on the natural environment?
Councillor Hassel.
Thank you. It's very interesting that we're trying to enact our climate change action plan as a council that will be intrinsic in bringing forward all the work necessary to get us to net zero. And I would call upon any councillors, cross-party or otherwise, to engage with that process and ensure that we can get on with the work that's necessary for it. Thank you.
Question D, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question D, two similar questions have been received and grouped together. The first is from Philip Hutchinson to Councillor Hassel. It is, why are the options presented in the consultation on road safety measures in Eastwood Drive not consistent with the Council's own road safety advice? The second question is from Bal Mahal, and it is, will the Council confirm if the forward visibility for users of the A5111 Central Reservation Gap is approved to road safety audit standards for a trunk road at the Manor Road junction with Eastwood Drive? I don't believe that either Mr Hutchinson or Mr Mahal are here this evening. So I'll move straight to question E. It's from Brendan Connolly to Councillor Barker. It is, which councillors should attend and are entitled to speak at Council Cabinet? Don't think Mr Connolly is here either. Question F is from Mayor Bain to Councillor Hassel. Has consideration been given to reallocating resources identified in the MTFP for growth to invest in the replacement of gas heating and improve energy efficiency in buildings? Again, I don't think Mayor Bain is here this evening. Question G is from Ruth Coates to Councillor Barker. Question is, why are the resources allocated to staff working on tackling the Council's carbon footprint being reduced? And I do believe Ms Coates is here.
Ms Coates, would you like to ask a supplementary to Councillor Barker this time?
Yeah. Compared with our nearest and more environmentally successful neighbours, Derby City Council's response and commitment to combating the climate emergency seems to be inadequate. We have 1.3 officers dealing with climate change, compared to 30 in Nottingham. Our other near neighbour, Leicester, has a sustainability team of 6 and dedicated roles in all departments. Shouldn't we be following their example? And instead of reducing the environmental team to save money, we should be investing in the future by increasing the number and have them working across all departments in a coordinated manner.
Councillor Barker.
Yeah, this council has limited resources throughout its throughout the full council, and as such, every single officer takes into account these days, when performing their duties, the requirements of climate change, and so therefore they only seek the extent or the detail in relation to climate change from our dedicated officers. But I can assure you it is foremost in everybody's mind when they are producing papers or producing policies in relation to anything that involves the climate change. We need specialists when it comes to this. It isn't an easy subject to get your head around. It is very complicated in respect of all the facets, and so therefore it's better to have a dedicated team that are experts than it is a wide-ranging team. And so therefore we choose to actually use our officers in that regard and to actually get the expert advice from that small team.
Thank you. Question H, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question H is from Brendan Connolly to Councillor Smale. Why is phase 2 of the Market Hall refurbishment costing £10 million more than was estimated in November 2020? I don't believe that Mr. Connolly is here, so we'll move to question I, which is Mayor Bain to Councillor Hassel. It is, why is the council not increasing the amount of resources allocated to improving air quality by introducing clean air zones and other pricing measures to discourage polluting vehicles and encourage the use of public transport and active travel? Again, I don't think Ms. Bain is here this evening, so that concludes the public questions.
Thank you, which brings us to the item 7, which is questions relating to Derbyshire Fire Authority or Derby Homes. I understand none have been received. Item 8 is questions to non-council cabinet members. 19 have been received, although some have been grouped together as they're on similar topics. So let's move on then to question J, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first councillor question is from Councillor Testro to Councillor Williams. It is, how is the council funding its duty to provide a laptop and appropriate software to allow some children with EHCPs to dictate their work?
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Testro?
I do, yes. Can you tell me why then why there are children not receiving the name provision in their EHCPs, and what are you doing to ensure that the provision in the EHCPs are implemented to ensure the council is meeting its statutory duties?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Councillor Testro. Nice of you to ask a question. Can I just say, I'm going to, for those members of the public that don't know the answer to this, the dedicated schools grant does allocate money and budget for the purchase of equipment, such as hearing aids, integrated transmitters, specialist chairs, laptops, various other software, etc. And when they're written into the EHCP, that's how they are funded. This year we budgeted £75,900 for capital expenditure through that budget. It hasn't all been spent yet. There's 48,288 has been spent on this budget, and we're estimating that those fit the needs. Now, if Councillor Testro does have somebody that he knows, as I have repeatedly said to him and other members of his group, if you know of a case, go and speak to the appropriate officers. Do not bring things up here in council if you think there's a problem, because as far as we're aware, those things have been actioned. So if you do know something, go and do it. But on top of the money from the dedicated schools grant, we've also managed to acquire some funds to actually help those young children that might not necessarily have an EHCP. And we have been working with our Parent Carers Forum. We've provided a grant for them to actually work with parents and young children to make sure that any ICT that they need, whether it's a device or connectivity, that they will be able to have that. We've also funded an extra, on top of the money that the government have given to us through COVID, an extra £200,000 to go to those key stage 1 children throughout the school to make sure that they have got devices that they are able to get onto them. So there has been an awful lot of work put into making sure that our children and young people in this city have access to devices and connectivity. We're also working with the Poverty Commission to make sure that the digital divide is part of their mainstream work programme. So there is a lot going on there. And as I say, Councillor Testro, if you do know of anybody, please come and speak to the officers, or come and speak to me if you don't want to speak to the officers, and we'll address that problem. But unfortunately, this is where we are with the funding. We have put an awful lot of money into it, but there is more to do, and we will continue to work with our partners, with the Poverty Commission, with the PCT, and with our family and carers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Question K, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question K is Councillor Repton to Councillor McChrystal. It is, what progress has been made following the council resolution requesting a centrally located pool in Derby?
Councillor Repton, I'm sure you have a supplementary.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor, I do. Your consultation process showed quite clearly that without a centrally located pool, tens of thousands of people and their families would be denied access to a city centre pool. So I ask, how much importance do you and your group pay to the consultation process? And as equally important, how much importance do you pay to the will of the people and the will of this council that passed a motion at the last full council meeting that you do exactly that and provide a city centre located pool if you close Queen's?
Councillor McChrystal.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Repton. I think we need to just peel this back a little bit. You know, let's be perfectly honest here. It was your plan, 2016, to close Moorways. And what we've done is we've been forced to go along with that plan because you shut Moorways and you always plan to close Queen Street Baths. Now, what we've actually done is built a new swimming facility that's shortly about to open, the new Moorways Sports Village. And we haven't just built a new pool, we've built a fantastic facility that's going to be the envy of the region. And if you had actually read the Sports England review that's been conducted on the swimming capacity in the city, which I keep on referring back to that review, you really do need to read it because it's an excellent piece of work, that talks about the swimming capacity we've got in the city. And it's very, very clear we've added significant amounts of swimming capacity to the city. So let's wait out. Let's firstly get through the milestone, the fantastic milestone of Moorways opening, and then let's review. Thank you. I have.
Thank you, Councillor McChrystal. Question L.
Question L is from Councillor Shanker to Councillor Smale. It is, can the Cabinet Member provide reassurance that the Market Hall project will be completed without any further cost increases?
Any supplementary, Councillor Shanker?
I have, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smale, can you confirm which items have been taken out of scope since November 2020 to February 2022 that were originally in the scope?
Thank you very much, Councillor Shanker. No, I can't confirm that at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Question M, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question M is from Councillor West to Councillor McChrystal. It is, when will the opening date for Moorways be announced?
Councillor McChrystal. Beg your pardon, Councillor West. I'm anticipating. Councillor West, you have a supplementary.
I do, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Councillor McChrystal, for your long response with no actual answer. My supplementary is, when will Moorways be handed over to the operator?
Councillor McChrystal.
Everything, Councillor West, and nobody is more excited than I to announce all the fantastic dates that we've got coming up with the programme of the handover to the operator, the mobilisation, and the ultimate opening of this amazing region-beating facility, the new Moorways. So as soon as we're able to publish all the dates, you'll be the first to know. I keep on promising that, but you'll be the first to know, Councillor West, I promise.
Question N, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question N is from Councillor Peatfield to Councillor Hassel. It is, what progress has been made following the Council resolution in January relating to the regeneration of the High Street?
Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion called for specific actions with an emphasis on urgency, as was agreed when I accepted the amendment by Councillor Smale. Is there anything in your long-awaited plans listed that actually uses the excellent ideas of the motion, and can or will they be delivered with the urgency that our High Street crisis deserves?
Councillor Hassel.
Thank you. Councillor Peatfield, I believe it's been approximately 6 weeks since our last meeting. You can see progress has been made, despite the challenges from COVID and the change in shopping habits. But it's interesting, Mr. Mayor, that we have these questions in isolation. We never have any sort of contact in between full council meetings. So I have to question the actual motives of these questions, because it would appear that, are they for the city's benefit or for yours? There seems to be some sort of shameless sort of self-promotion, which I'm a bit confused about. But
Well, you could answer the question, Councillor.
I am, in my own way. So, yeah, self-promotion, that's where I was. Thank you, Councillor Shanker. But all I would say is, Councillor Peatfield, is don't worry, Dame Margaret will stand down very soon. Thank you.
Question O, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question O is from Councillor Lonsdale to Councillor Webb. How will £1 million of savings be achieved through a review of adult social care over and above what has been achieved in previous years?
Councillor Lonsdale, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Mr Mayor. If an annual review has not been performed in over a year, does it not feel a little bit like counting our chickens before they're hatched to judge that these savings can be made? What guarantees can you make that these services won't get cuts if the savings can't be made?
Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Councillor Lonsdale. Interesting supplementary question. When we review, and it is an annual review, it's not an annual review reviewed annually, it's an annual review. When we do that review, we look at changing circumstances of the person that is receiving the support. Those circumstances can and often do change. Some require less support. Some may require more support. That's why it is a review. And from historic knowledge, the saving of £1 million with regard to service reviews over a period that has included COVID, where these reviews have not been able to fully take place, then £1 million, I feel, is sufficient, and so do my officers, with regard to savings on this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Question P, Alex.
Question P is from Councillor Dinter to Councillor Poulter. It is, what will the government's levelling up strategy mean for Derby and its residents, and what additional funding will be made available to meet the needs of Derby's most deprived communities and reduce widening inequality?
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Dinter?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note that the Councillor Poulter didn't identify any additional funding for the levelling up agenda. That's disappointing. We have inequality in Derby increasing from 10-year lifespan difference between somebody living in Normanton to Aller Street and going up to 19. I think the latest figures are national inequality. There are many words here and many reviews going on in commissions, Councillor Poulter, in your response. But just like the levelling up strategy document from government, which was delayed and rushed without much detail, or funding which is rehashed funding and hardly any new funding, your response reflects that. I hope that you will be able to get additional funding, and can I ask that you inform me and the council as quickly as possible when you get that additional funding and what that might be, because I'm really interested, because the levelling up agenda, the strategy, the plan was delayed, rehashed, rushed, and now still hasn't got full details.
Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I have stood because Councillor Dinter showed the respect to by standing to deliver the question, so I'll stand to deliver the answer on this occasion. Councillor Dinter, this is work in progress in relation to the levelling up document. Everything we do is done with levelling up in mind, and everything we do is to address with the ambition of addressing inequalities across the city. We intend to build the resilience within our city to tackle inequalities. One direct level of funding that was announced in the report was that we were included in the education improvement area. We don't know the details of the amounts involved in that. But what I can assure you is that we as an administration, all the Cabinet, will be doing everything possible to lobby for the powers, for extra powers and extra funding through the county deals or a combined authority deal that is allowed for in the Levelling Up paper. And we will be bringing things to Cabinet to inform yourself and the public about our plans or the options in regard to levelling up. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Question Q, Alex.
Question Q is from Councillor Martin to Councillor Eyre. It is, how are CCTV cameras recently installed in the West End of Derby now being monitored?
Have you a supplementary, Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just for clarity, are the cameras monitored continuously to alert a crime happening, or is footage just viewed retrospectively after a crime is reported? Thank
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Councillor Martin, for your question. Due to the sensitive security nature, the authority never comments publicly on the times or frequency of intelligence-led active monitoring. However, camera images are made available and shared with our policing and other colleagues when strict data protection justifications are satisfied. Thank you.
Question R, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question R is from Councillor Lind to Councillor Smale. It is, please can the Cabinet member explain why the Council has only spent £820,000 of a possible £1.4 million allocated towards the household support scheme?
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Lind?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the Cabinet member please tell me how they are ensuring that the Council are reaching people with no recourse to public funds and how they can apply, please? Thank you.
Councillor Smale.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lind. I can't give you that answer right at the moment, but I'm sure I will confer with my fellow councillors Webb and Williams, and we'll get a response to that question. Thank you.
Question S, Alex.
Question S is from Councillor Kerr to Councillor Hassel. It is, how is Derby's net zero carbon budget for 2035 being reflected in the Council's capital strategy, particularly for carbon emitting equipment with an expected lifespan of more than 13 years?
Councillor Kerr, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a bit of a non-answer, so I would ask, would you support the Council adopting a policy as identified above?
Councillor Hassel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd certainly support all of our councillors adopting a climate action plan, which is my #1 priority at the moment. Thank you.
Question T, Alex.
Question T is from Councillor Repton to Councillor McChrystal. It is, please can the Cabinet member provide the net capital and revenue costs for the marketplace venue?
Councillor Repton, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Well, here we have it. At least it's taken me a couple of months to try and drag this information out, because I did have to threaten a freedom of information request to even get this. But here we have the acknowledgement that £250,000 has so far been spent of public money, a huge amount of money. And I'd ask the Cabinet member this: would this money not have been better spent on our threadbare basic services or projects that would have a longer lasting benefit in this city and to its people?
Councillor McChrystal.
Yeah, thank you for the question again, Councillor Repton. Let's be quite clear. You have absolutely nothing. You have a figure with no context. No context. I've been very clear in the email responses to you. You need a context, and the context is the return of investment. So, okay, if you spend X amount of money, how much money has actually come back? And you haven't got that context here. You haven't got an economic impact assessment. And I've been very clear. Both those two pieces of work are underway. They should be ready over the next couple of weeks. And as soon as we have that information, then you can put the context of this figure into play. I mean, it's trying to explain economics to somebody that wants to nationalise pubs. It just doesn't work. So let's be very clear. You have nothing here other than a figure, but you understand the economic impact of that investment. You can't put it into any context until the economic assessment has been done. Okay?
Well,
thank you.
Still haven't answered the question.
I think I have.
I've been asking you for 3 months.
I think Lloyd George actually did nationalise pubs, or breweries anyway. Question you, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question U is from Councillor Shanker to Councillor Hassel. It is, what independent financial assessment has been carried out on the Beckett Well performance venue to demonstrate value for money?
Councillor Shanker, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Hassel, thank you for confirming that no independent financial assessment took place. How can you reassure Derby residents that they have received value for money, and what is the justification for keeping the agreements confidential?
Councillor Hassel.
No.
I wonder what is the benefit of these questions after zero engagement up until this point. And Councillor Shanker is somewhat of a conspiracy theorist with the assumption of secrecy, but it's more revealing of his shortcomings, not knowing of basic contractual procedural rules and confidentiality, which doesn't bode well for someone who aspires to run the council. Clearly, Councillor Shanker is not a fan of the Beckett Well development and continues to be anti-investment and regeneration. And let's face it, Labour's idea of regeneration is probably a busted A52 budget and some overpriced rings on the spot. So perhaps we should start calling him, I'm answering it in my way. Perhaps, Mr Mayor, we should start calling him Shaggy Shanker, because he would have us all believe it wasn't him. Thank you.
Question V, Alex. Can everybody switch their microphones off?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question V is 3 questions submitted on a similar subject. We've received questions from Councillor West, Nater and Peatfield to Councillor Smale. To summarise the 3 of them, they are: what alternatives are being considered for the new waste treatment facility? Can the external lighting be turned off to save costs? And why has there been increased activity at the plant?
Firstly, Councillor West, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Mr Mayor, thank you. And I'm not standing, not out of a lack of respect, but after the suggestion of yourself at a previous meeting that sounds better picked up when seated, as has been proven. Supplementary was, when will the CLG have another meeting so that they can be updated and also update the wider community?
Councillor Smale.
Thank you very much, Councillor West. We will update the CLG when appropriate, when we've moved to our next phases, as outlined in the last Cabinet report. Thank you.
Councillor Nater is not present, but Councillor Skelton, will you speak on his behalf?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to ask, really, what are the timescales for looking at getting these lights switched off?
Councillor Smale.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skelton. As this is an operational issue, I'll have to speak with officers and I'll make sure that you will get a response in time. Thank you.
Councillor Peatfield, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You say that there is no extra activity, but local intelligence says very differently. Activity is increasing significantly.
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Peatfield. We just need to pause the meeting for 30 seconds while we reboot the broadcast facility. So if we could all just pause 30 seconds, then you start your question again.
Peatfield.
Okay, take 2. You say in your response that there is no increased activity at the site, but local intelligence, and I would never question their local intelligence, says very differently that activity is increasing significantly. Now, pardon the pun, as that seems to be the style this evening, but can you come clean with the residents of Sinfin, Osmaston and Normanton? Are you fixing the plant prior to fixing the decision of whether to reopen or close the plant?
Councillor Smale.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. There's been no predetermined outcome of what was been outlined in the Cabinet paper, so that is the situation as it is. Once again, once a decision has been taken forward, we'll bring it back to Cabinet and discuss with fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Question W, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question W is from Councillor Martin to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, will the Cabinet member commit to transforming St Alkmund's Green into a green space for the benefit of local residents and wildlife?
Councillor Martin, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Given that the local community of Struts Park is very keen to get involved to develop St Alkmund's Green, but this is actually hampered by a series of legal and technical issues relating to the site, will he ensure that some officer time and some funding is put forward to overcome those barriers to progress? Thank you.
Councillor Pearce.
Alison, by all means, if you want to send me an email, I'll arrange a meeting with yourself and we can have a meeting on site if you want. Yep. Thank you.
Question X, Alex.
Question X is from Councillor Shanker to Councillor Hassel. It is, why has the Council's consultation to improve road safety in Eastwood Drive ignored local residents' preferred option?
Councillor Shanker, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Mr Mayor. Councillor Hassel, the local campaign group have made it clear to local councillors and to members of this Cabinet that their preferred option hasn't been included in the consultation. Can you give reassurances, even at this stage, that their preferred option will be included in the consultation rather than risk this whole consultation turning into a huge PR disaster?
Councillor Hassel.
Thank you, Councillor. It would be really inappropriate of me, and I think Councillor Shanker should know better, that we shouldn't be commenting on a live consultation and prejudge any outcome. As you'll know, this piece of work has been done in conjunction with the local councillors and officers. I think it's best left to them to carry on with their work. Thank you.
Question Y, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question Y is from Councillor Dinser to Councillor Jerry Pearce. It is, how can bereavement services achieve £750,000 of savings when business and income is being lost to new crematorium in the area? And why has there been a delay in investing in Markeaton Crematorium?
Councillor Dinser, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Councillor Pearce, thank you very much for your response. But once again, I think you've not responded to the question that I asked. I am aware that the facility is ageing, having been built in the 50s. That's why the question. And there is an urgency to get this done because we are losing money to other crematoria like Trent Valley, new, modern, and are now on the periphery of our city. So can you please reassure me that there will be urgency in getting something done rather than putting challenging targets for income and savings from the bereavement services instead?
Councillor Pearce.
Councillor Dinser, I can assure you that to bring our crematoria up to 21st century standards and beyond, we are reviewing all facilities with designs and costs, and they are being formulated to bring to Cabinet and full council in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Good to hear that. None of us are getting any younger. Question Z, Alex.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The final council question this evening. It's from Councillor Dinser to Councillor Pearce. When will a recommendation from the Community Scrutiny Review Board to reintroduce compactor days be implemented?
Councillor Dinser, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Pearce, for your response. But can I suggest to you that you don't need a review to look at this decision about funding cuts that were made in the last budget by your administration, which was actually successful. Local councillors, compactor days and local communities benefited from those. Reinstate those cuts immediately, please, because the recommendation from the Scrutiny Board supports this, but more generally is common sense. Let's get things done. The compactor days were successful.
Councillor Pearce.
Councillor Dinser, I'm working with the team down at Stores Road. I've got a meeting with them next week, which I'm trying to emphasise the urgency on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the questions. Item 9 is a minute extract from the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Board in relation to renewing the appointments of co-opted members of the board. Councillor Lind, will you move the minute, please?
Yes, move as printed, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Atwell. All in favour, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? That is carried. Item 10, and now consider the first minute extract from the Cabinet meeting held earlier this month. The Council Cabinet are recommending the adoption of a new Council plan which is attached as an appendix to the minute. Councillor Poulter, as the Cabinet Member for Strategy and Policy, will you move this for the debate, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you'll oblige me, I'd like to take a few minutes of the Council's time just to express big thank you to the officers involved in producing what is an excellent plan, but it's also been produced alongside our partners widely across the city through the Partnership Board and its workings. This is an ambitious plan for Derby. We are an ambitious authority, and we are committed to working with the city, for the benefit of all its residents. Over the next 3 years, by working together on agreed outcomes, we believe we can make the changes needed for Derby's businesses to encourage visitors and our communities and our existing communities. The plan itself focuses on 4 partnership themes. We ambitiously want to be a green city by protecting and enhancing our environment, and the rewilding of Allestree Park is an extremely good example of that. We have ambition to be a city of growth, and that is already working. We're already being recognised as a forward-going city. We are creating a modern, smart city with jobs and skills for the future, and there are many, many examples of that, which I don't propose to take up the Council's time on all of those, but one of the best examples of that is Smart Park within my own ward, which is with our support and the support of the LEP, will create 4,000 jobs in short order. In fact, the first premises on there are already being built and nearing readiness after less than 2 years from inception. That's an example of how this city can move forward at pace and working smarter, and with the intention of growing our city. We also will become an even more vibrant city by reimagining our city centre with culture at its cultural heart. Beckettwell Arena, the plans for the heart of the city and the marketplace will come to fruition, and we are determined to bring the city back to life. The 4th priority for the city is one of resilience for our city, with resilience in our communities, in improvement in our health, the reduction of inequalities, and the health and well-being opportunities for our residents. All this coupled with a desire and a plan and an ambition and determination to work smarter, to make efficiencies, and to deliver services for the council in a much better way. In order to do that, we will be reviewing and prioritising our resources, using the capital budget and ambitions to invest in projects that support the achievement of city outcomes. We will be accountable to our communities, our citizens and colleagues, and we will be open and transparent in doing so. We will make the best decisions for Derby. At times, those decisions can be tough and not coming naturally. We had a lot of discussion, and we worked hard at agreeing the recent motion to move to all-out elections, and that purely was for the benefit of the city and not for the benefit of any political group in the city. And we won't be doing the same either with the Boundary Commission issues, but we'll hear more about that later, because it appears some people have ambition to mess with that process. We will model a can-do attitude, and we need to build that within the council. It's on its way. We have officers and councillors and members and everybody determined to work together in Team Derby with a can-do attitude, and with that we can build on our achievements so far. We will communicate regularly with businesses and our citizens in meaningful engagement through the many committees and many boards that we've established. Somewhat, Mr. Mayor, we have listened to what our citizens, the businesses of our city, and our fantastic partners in the city, to what they have told us through the public consultation, which has confirmed the plan and is focused in the right areas. I commend the plan to full council, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Poulter. Is there a seconder? Councillor Smale. Any further speakers on item 10? In which case, those in favour, please show. Those against? That is carried. Item 11 relates to setting the council's budget. Councillors will find in their agenda packs the minutes of the council cabinet meeting held on the 16th of February relating to the medium-term financial plan, which council will be asked to approve. Also included in your packs for reference is the original report considered by the cabinet earlier this month. As you're aware, the mover of a motion is not time limited. I understand Councillor Smale intends to move the minutes of Cabinet. As I mentioned earlier, group leaders will be allowed longer than 5 minutes to respond, and amendments will be dealt with following the process I outlined earlier. Councillor Smale, will you move the minutes and address the Council, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the last 2 years has been a monumental challenge for this Council. The impact of COVID has been severe, and we have had to adapt and improvise in ways we have never done before. I think all councillors and the people of Derby appreciate the key role and indeed success of the Council working for and with the City. First, I want to thank every single council officer and fellow members for their hard-pressed efforts and work in supporting our communities across the City of Derby. Notwithstanding this, we've had to overcome many pressures as we emerge from the COVID pandemic into a new era for local authorities. The last 2 years has seen us deliver record amounts of COVID support grants, business rate relief grants, additional relief fund, and the latest Omicron hospitality and leisure grant fund to make sure our local economy is supported and emerges through this very tough period. It has also seen us redesign services and have confidence not only to have delivered on our recovery plans, but also propose our new council plan with our shared vision of being ambitious for Derby. We also understand the cost of living has gone up as the global financial markets react to the shock of the increased inflation for goods, materials and energy prices. To help combat that, the last year has seen this council support our residents and vulnerable people with £67 million of housing benefits, £13 million in council tax support, £500,000 in discretionary housing payments, and £200,000 in discretionary payments for council tax hardship. This has also been recently extended thanks to the Derby Winter Promise, where we are able to provide a one-off household support to families who are struggling with the cost of energy. We have awarded 4,751 households, roughly equivalent to £850,000. We have also have a very dedicated team in Derby Homes, who have been helping support their tenants in the times of need with contributions for white goods. And just recently, the government has announced its council tax rebate plans of £150, which helps put more money back into the pockets of people to help drive down those rising living costs. Our officers are currently working on this programme in the background to help deliver, and in the new financial year, we'll be able to deliver more details in the coming weeks. The next year will be tough for many, and we, alongside all members, will continue to lobby and target support to those suffering financial hardship. Continuing with support, our residents, our fantastic teams have also helped deliver our holiday activity food programme last year to support our most vulnerable children and to provide nutritious food, educational support and engagement to parents, whilst giving sporting and crafting activities for our young people to enjoy. After visiting this myself with Councillor Pearce in Normanton Ward, I can thoroughly say this was a success. This administration has continued to ensure that the provision of free school meals is accessible to those who need it year-round. During 2021, a total of £1.6 million was used to help provide free school meals, and I'm pleased to say that the Holidays Activities Food Programme is here to stay for the next 3 years, giving our children the best possible living choices they can get in wholesome food and activities. Mr. Mayor, I want to pay homage to our voluntary sector and charity sector in Derby, which has blossomed so much in the last 4 years thanks to this administration. A strong ethos of working with and working together has really shone through to help support residents in Derby. There is no denying that thanks to strong leadership by this administration, we have provided the best support to our residents and our city, and continue to do so with this budget for the forthcoming year. The local elections last May and the growth in the Conservative councillors demonstrate the confidence of the electorate in this leadership. Mr Mayor, in our recent council plan, approved by Council Cabinet and tonight at full council, we have 4 clear priorities, which have been well documented as growth, vibrant, resilient, green. Our council plans to build on the values that we have this administration lives out on. Councillor Poulter has just demonstrated some of those points, but I want to re-emphasise these 6 key points, and I'd like to outline them to you all. 1, to be accountable to our communities, citizens and colleagues. 2, to review and prioritise our resources, using our capital budget and ambition to invest in projects that support the achievement of this city's outcomes. 3, make the best decisions for Derby, even if it does mean making some difficult decisions. 4, model a can-do attitude to maximise opportunities for Derby. 5, communicate regularly with businesses, citizens with meaningful engagement. And finally, number 6, work in partnership to unlock the potential within our city, maximising our community assets. Mr Mayor, supporting community and individual resilience and our most vulnerable will always be our number 1 priority, especially those children in looked after care. This administration recognises the pressures children's services faces and continued need to invest in this area. We have actively managed this area, leading to a reduced number of children in the care system, bucking the national trend, and more importantly, improving outcomes for young people across this city. Recently, thanks to the hard work and efforts from our teams in children's services, we have managed to prevent 37 children from entering our care system by supporting them and their families early with intervention support packages. We are also able to continue with the Opportunity Area programme into the future to continue our work to improve educational achievement and life chances. This is a collective effort, and I want to express my personal thanks to the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People, Councillor Williams, the Strategic Director, Andy Smith, and all our team members in Children's Services for the hard work and dedication for supporting our young people. This administration is committed to strong and innovative leadership in looking after our children in Derby. This Conservative administration continues with its ambitious plans for bringing home the City of Culture to Derby in 2025. This is being supported by an incredible new 3,500-seater Beckettwell development, which removes the so-called hole in the ground in Duckworth Square that, as Derby, was being mocked for many years. We all recognise what a major asset this arena will be to the City of Derby. It also brings in new city living, thanks to the investment from Granger plc, who is a renowned investor and development projects to bring the best out of our housing and development needs. This brings great vibrancy to the city and is part of our council plan to help deliver for the city. Not long from now, the ambition of this council and administration will be seen in the opening of a groundbreaking regional beating New Moorways Village Complex, which thanks to this administration upgraded to help making an attractive swimming offer for all by introducing a beach-style leisure pool, play structure elevations, wave-generating wow ball, 2 flumes, multi-slide and wave rider. This will be a fantastic addition to our Moorways sports track, which will help bring first-class games, activities, fitness and leisure to our city. Continuing with our theme of sport, this administration is supporting the new proposal of a football hub at the racecourse in Derwent. This new complex will see 3 new state-of-the-art, full-sized 3G artificial football pitches, and the existing building will be extended and improved to include a cafe, larger reception area, a community education room, better access and improved parking. This administration is committed to supporting leisure and culture in Derby more than any previous administration yet. Looking at our capital programmes, we have managed to be diligent by securing 55% of funding from external sources. be it private sector-led or funding from central government. This shows increased confidence from others in Derby, as well as prudent and affordable plans from this administration to deliver the ambitious plans for this city. We have seen the success of our highways programme, which we invested a further £9 million of capital to improve our roads across all wards in the city. Using our capital budget has managed to seek inward investment and growth to our city. Allocating £17 million jointly with D2N2, the Smart Park project has seen £300 million invested in the old Selling East site to bring in 5,000 jobs to this city. It is fantastic to see the development works begin now, which help secure stronger economic growth to our city. Mr. Mayor, the Council's MTFP requires continued sound financial management and the planning to enable us to provide the excellent core council services we do in even more efficient and smarter ways. Since becoming the administration and providing credible leadership to the city, all of our annual budgets have been set with no recurrent use of reserves to balance the budget. This is a very different picture to the Labour-led councils of Nottingham and Leicester. We are the party that can be trusted with public finances. Where in-year pressures do occur, we actively manage the budget, take hard decisions, and constantly seek to become more efficient, effective, and economic. We've delivered an underspend in 2021 and expect to have reduced the initial projected overspend of £8 million this year to an underspend by the end of the year. Whilst the current levels of the Council's reserves is adequate, as reported in the Sections 151 Officers' Assessment, the MTFP, as outlined in years 2 and 3, show our determination to increase and replenish the levels of reserves to allow us to combat the emerging challenges we face in maintaining an excellent level of frontline public services we already provide. Through working with and for the city and our relentless drive for improvement, we are confident that we can deliver sustainable services that the people of Derby require in the future. It is our ambition to collect the maximum possible amount of council tax and business tax payments to be made in the collection fund during this coming financial year. However, we also recognise the challenges of that in the last 2 years and the difficulties of all local authorities have experienced in doing so. It is therefore realistic and prudent to lower the targets for this year's collection fund rate by almost 1%. By doing this, will give us the ability to set achievable balanced budgets into the future and increase our reserves to a more resilient level. Mr. Mayor, this budget has been a real challenge. Having faced the challenges of the pandemic, we now face the economic uncertainties to come out of the emerging crisis and conflict in Ukraine, and further financial challenges that will no doubt come our way. We already face serious challenges in terms of cost of living rises, inflation, increased cost of materials, disruption to the supply chains, and now potentially even greater increases in fuel prices. This budget and council plan sets a solid platform and gives a very clear commitment to our city over the next 3 years, building on the success of this administration and our track record of collaboration with others, growing confidence within the city, and we can be ambitious for Derby. Mr. Mayor, I therefore commend the budget as printed to the Council. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, Councillor Poulter? In which case I'll invite the Labour leader or spokesman to address the Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I'll also start by thanking our officers for providing me and the rest of the Labour group with information needed to fully understand the proposed budget, its impact on the Council's finances. This has been invaluable in forming our views and also will make today's debate so much more informed. I know it hasn't been easy for many of our senior staff who have worked so hard, not just on the budget, but also during the pandemic, only to be rewarded with the threat of losing their jobs because of the mismanagement of the council finances by this out-of-touch and incompetent administration, duly proven by Council Hassel earlier this evening. Last year, Mr. Mayor, at the meeting, the budget-setting meeting, I said, if we haven't learned anything since the start of this global pandemic, surely the importance of properly funded public services, working collaboratively, providing that extra help for those who need it most, allowing businesses to thrive, and the total admiration for all public sector and key workers must be amongst our priorities. This budget once again fails to recognise any of these priorities. It's a bad budget, and I'll tell you why with a few examples, and trust me, I could speak for a lot longer. Number one, we can use whatever phrase we want. We can try and ignore it, we can try and explain it, but the fact remains, the budget is unbalanced. As we still plan to spend more than the resources we have for the year, despite almost £17 million of service cuts dressed as savings, and the only way the budget becomes legal is to once again rely on reserves, as this incompetent administration has done year on year, leaving our unrestricted reserves seriously depleted and at the lowest level in a decade. Number two, Mr. Mayor, we know that our CYP services are woefully underfunded. I have been saying that for years. Our outturn position proves that quarter after quarter, year after year. Our Director for Children's Services has been on the BBC and stated just exactly that. Why won't this administration and the government listen? Once again, you're ignoring the fact that CYP services budgets need to increase year after year as demand increases. Just planning on what we expect to spend this year, which, by the way, is millions more than you budgeted for last year, makes no financial sense at all. It virtually guarantees in around July this year, you'll be reporting at the first quarter outturn another overspend and more reliance on depleted reserves. Number three, Mr. Mayor, more on the reserves. Since the Tories came into office, the budget reserves have plummeted because of their over-reliance on using reserves to set the budget and then the mismanagement in various areas that need additional use of reserves throughout the year. Cheap talk about contributing to reserves in 23-24 and 24-25, whilst there still remains unidentified savings which are bigger than the amount going into reserves, is just absolutely perverse. It's just like borrowing money to put into a savings account. Makes absolutely no financial sense whatsoever. This bad Tory budget shows that the council will continue to run at a deficit and that the unrestricted reserves will hit zero in the next few years, or maybe sooner if recent overspends are repeated. Rest assured, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, I've been through the December and February budget reports in great detail and could talk more on how bad this budget is. It gives me no satisfaction to claim I've probably scrutinised it a lot more than most cabinet members who just waved it through at a recent meeting earlier this month. This cabinet have agreed to huge cuts in various services, and they just do not understand, as there is insufficient details in that report. Statements on commercialisation without any details to support the figures. So what are the Tories proposing, Mr. Mayor? What are they proposing to charge for with all this additional money that's coming in commercialisation? Because a couple of paragraphs in the budget report doesn't allow proper scrutiny. And for that reason, there's no way this group will be able to support this budget tonight. The details aren't there, and I genuinely believe the Cabinet don't even know those details, or they're not prepared to share those details. A management restructure, Mr. Mayor, without a structure to show where the savings are coming from. Although the council leader at the Cabinet meeting seemed to suggest he's seen a proposed structure. Maybe he will just have the courtesy to share that with some of the senior staff who are concerned about their livelihoods. Probably worst of all, Mr. Mayor, this budget pays absolutely no regard to the biggest cost of living crisis we are currently seeing in generations. The Conservatives don't have an answer to the cost of living crisis because they are the cost of living crisis. With inflation at its highest level in 3 decades, the cost of living crisis is only going to get worse in the coming months. The Tories are making the cost of living crisis worse through tax hikes, low growth, falling real wages and a failure to tackle the energy crisis. The huge increase in national insurance contributions will impact those on lower incomes the most. Families are paying for more, their weekly shopping bills are getting bigger, and let's not forget this incompetent cabinet recently rubber-stamped the biggest Derby Homes rent increase this council has seen in 10 years. Mr Mayor, I have reminded the cabinet many times of the Derby Conservative Party manifesto, stating they will keep any increase in council tax to a minimum and ensure that it's justified to deliver core services, not vanity projects. Surely the minimum council tax increase any administration could levy or choose to impose is zero. So why this Tory administration has chosen the maximum increase legally possible for the 4th consecutive year, further adding to the financial hardship being caused by the Tory cost of living crisis. Unfortunately, in this budget and with this administration, we are getting more of the same. Smoke and mirrors propping up a Conservative government whose austerity plans have seen over £400 million being diverted from Derby since 2010, whilst Derby residents pay more and get less. Mr Mayor, we have the opportunity to ensure £260 million in our revenue budget and £197 million in our capital budget is being spent wisely in this coming financial year for the maximum benefit of our residents, in good public services, improving our city, encouraging and attracting further investment from business, particularly local entrepreneurs. We should be looking at how we create opportunities for the future, learning from past mistakes, creating inspiration for our children and offering dignity and respect to our elderly. We should be making sure that everything we do is done in a climate-friendly way and we protect the environment for generations to come. Mr Mayor, we do not want to be in a position that this council cannot set a budget and then has to rely on direction from Whitehall to do so. That just would not be fair on our residents and all the staff at this council. However, Mr Mayor, the Labour group is not going to just allow this incompetent administration to increase council tax by the maximum amount again, year in, year out, and particularly at a time where the Tory cost of living crisis is hurting so many households. Enough is enough. In order for us to not block this budget this evening, Mr Mayor, my group will be proposing 2 very simple, clear, fully costed amendments that have been checked by our Section 151 officer. One is to reverse the proposed £303,000 per year cut to the council-run youth services and NEAT activities, and the other, Mr Mayor, is to help every council taxpayer in our city. We will not allow another maximum council tax increase as proposed by this minority Tory cabinet. We will therefore move an amendment to limit the council tax increase to 0.99% and the 1% social care levy, meaning a total council tax increase of 1.99% and not the maximum amount, 2.99%, as proposed by this administration. I am absolutely convinced that had the Cabinet competently reviewed the Council's finances this year, a smaller council tax increase would have been possible, as we have managed to demonstrate. This will be paid for this year by using a COVID reserve that is sitting there, and given all the restrictions have been lifted, it's time that this money is used to help families across the city. Mr Mayor and fellow councillors, this limit to council tax increase is the right thing to do for residents of our city at a time of need. Residents need to know councillors are on their side and want to help them and not add to the financial worries most households currently have. Mr Mayor, we will move these sensible amendments at the appropriate time in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Shanker. I intend to call the leader or spokesman of the Liberal Democrats, then the leader or spokesman from the Reform Group, and then have a short comfort break. So who is going to speak for the Liberal Democrats? Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As has just been said, this budget was developed last autumn, and things were fairly different to what they are now in the outside world. The government seems to think that COVID is over, despite the fact that infection rates are still quite high, and they want to pretend that all the fallout from the pandemic will mostly resolve itself. Well, it won't. Even before COVID, for example, mental health services were at crisis point. Now demand for these services has shot up and waiting times have increased. Schooling has also been disrupted, meaning children and young people have missed out on learning. The Lib Dems have said nationally that £500 per pupil is needed to pay for this catch-up. The government have said only a small fraction of that will be allocated. The government also denies the very well-documented damage that Brexit has done to our economy. More red tape came into force at the start of this year, which makes importing from and exporting to our nearest neighbours more difficult and more expensive. This has fed into price rises across the board, and in addition to this, there has been economic disruption caused by the pandemic. Last year, we saw the early signs of a cost of living crisis. Price rises for basic things like food have been significant. Added to that, energy and fuel price hikes. Most people will recently have had notification of something like £700 worth of rise in their annual energy bill for this forthcoming year. On top of this, we know there will be further rises in gas prices due to Russia attacking Ukraine, which has affected the gas supply from that area. Sanctions on Russia will also have a similar effect. Against this backdrop, the Conservative government have chosen to raise national insurance contributions. This tax will hit those on modest incomes and far more than it will hit those on high earnings as a proportion. Interest rates have also started to go up, which will increase mortgage rate repayment amounts. Derby's Poverty Commission has written an open letter to leaders in Derby outlining the serious concerns they have about increased financial hardship in Derby. We are pleased that some actions are starting to happen, but the government should have recognised that many people cannot afford yet more increases in their bills. And they should have given councils more grant money to meet this need in our local communities. Instead, they're keeping councils short of money, and that is a deliberate policy choice. Looking at the budget that we have before us today, normally you expect a budget to reflect the reality of how much money is required to provide a service. We have significant concerns that this is not the case, particularly in parts of CYP. As we heard earlier in the questions from the public, action on climate change isn't at the level that it should be. We are, after all, in a climate crisis, and yet we don't seem to be having any urgency about that. We've tried to get more information and detail on these budget papers, but for some reason this year it has not been as easy as previous years. We've asked questions today but our concerns still remain. It was very revealing, the answer that was given about EHCPs and the equipment that children need that is actually in their EHCP, that it must be provided, and that's a legal document. I certainly have a recent case of a constituent who was denied a piece of equipment despite the fact he needed it and that it was in his EHCP. So Councillor Williams talks about, talk to the officers about it. We did, and they just turned around and said no, much to my surprise. But it's very interesting to know that that budget this year is not all spent up, and I'm not surprised because there's probably other people as well in the same position of not getting equipment and for things that they need to be able to function properly at school. These savings, £1 million savings in adult social care. I really find that quite difficult, knowing full well that there's been an increase in the minimum wage, which of course a lot of social care provision is person-based, i.e. it's somebody being paid to do that work, and that cost will have increased. Demand also is rising in that sector due to an ageing population and also more severely disabled people living longer. So I just find it very difficult to believe that they're going to manage to find a £1 million saving. We also see reference in the budget to commercialisation. And again, we don't have details, which again is concerning. How can we as councillors judge as to whether savings are likely to be able to be made if we have no detail about how they are going to be made? And my group are very, very concerned about this. And others will be speaking later in the debate on this, Mr. Mayor. So I will wrap my comments up with that, but we are incredibly concerned as a group, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skelton. Who's speaking for the Reform Group? Councillor Pross.
Thank you. Years of picking through, analysing and producing reports from everything to do with jet fuel manufacture, seed stocks, public health, population, business projects and large-scale trends analysis has not prepared me for the document presented today. In this room, I would consider myself to be amongst the most experienced councillors in large budgetary reports, business management and overall breadth of knowledge, and yet after multiple readings of the budget, I find it woefully inadequate and misleading. May I remind everyone here that the purpose of this document today is to clearly lay out the budgetary proposals and framework that will guide this council in the coming years. This document is provided to councillors to read, digest, study, question and agree. Most councillors are not accountants. They are largely not corporate finance managers, lawyers, business owners or skilled in dissection of complex business plans. That is not to put down the skills in this room. We all have different talents, experience and between us a huge range of life experiences that have led us to this day. But this document needs to be clear, transparent, concise and trustworthy. Only then, with the right information, can we as councillors dissect, question, analyse and determine the way forward for Derby City Council. Let me give you an example of just some of the juicy word salad presented for our deliberations. I quote, "The Council is embarking on a commercial journey that will see fit-for-purpose services delivered efficiently and effectively by reducing costs and wasteful activity along with the generation of profitable income. Working corporately, the commercial approach will take a problem-based perspective and focus on high-spend areas whilst connecting up with other corporate agendas such as debt recovery and contract management." There is only one thing clear about that quote. It might be headed working smarter, but it's a complete waste of ink. What concrete, measurable understanding can possibly be obtained from such poetry? It gets worse. In this budget, and for many budget meetings, a single paragraph has brought out and repeated to justify the always maximised council tax rise. A paragraph that made me recoil the first time I heard it, but which passed without question on every occasion I've witnessed it. A piece that I thought I understood but researched anyway. Let me read it. Derby is a low tax base is a low tax-based council. Derby is a low tax-based council where the majority of properties are in band A, B and C. This, by implication, means that any increase in council tax will raise less additional revenues than neighbouring higher tax-based authorities. It is vital, therefore, that Derby maximise the opportunity to maximise its council tax base wherever possible. Where do I start? In my first job, a distant manager waltzed into my office and said, "Congratulations, you've the highest pay rise in the company. But remember, 10% of nothing is still nothing." I think that's the interpretation of this paragraph. In the sense of this budget, it completely misguides the reader to conclude that action must be taken, the situation isn't tenable and must be corrected. Taxes must be raised to counter this unfortunate position. But how do you maximise your council tax base? No amount of raising council tax will raise the tax base. You cannot tax yourself to prosperity or upgrade your residents by taking more money. This statement was clearly written by someone with no understanding or care for the implications of such a paragraph. You see, residents in high tax base areas are wealthy. A 5% council tax rise is the price of a martini on a skiing holiday or lunch on the beach while in the Caribbean. In low tax base areas, 5% can be the electricity card money, a school dinner, bus pass or fuel to get to work. A low tax base is extremely sensitive to taxation changes and should be treated delicately, with caution, because overtaxation leads to extreme poverty, breakups, debt, evictions and crime. When Alan suggested a lower tax rise last year, you scoffed at him and said that such a move would reduce the already inflated hardship fund. Firstly, there are many things that can be done before the hardship fund is reduced. And secondly, the existence and heavy use of the hardship fund demonstrates that the current level of tax is potentially already unsustainable and beyond its balance point. We are here to serve the people and provide necessary local services to the best of our ability. We are not here to maximise our income or grow the council. The paragraph also suggests to the reader that neighbouring authorities have a higher tax base. Well, some do, but others do not. We are not alone in this issue, and we are not a special case. The guiding paragraph should be written as follows. Derby is a low tax base council where the majorities of properties are in band A, B and C. This, by implication, means that any undue increase in council tax could cause unnecessary stress and poverty, contributing to increased council pressures. It is vital, therefore, that Derby carefully considers all tax increases, only increasing as absolutely necessary. So on to the numbers. There's some large ones, there's some small ones. Many are repeated, others are missing. Am I any wiser having read and reread the pages? Are you any wiser after your research? I tried another approach. Let's investigate some simple thing I know a little bit about. I used to work at a chemical and road surfacing company. We produced all manner of road surfaces, manufacturing, laying, testing and researching highways products. During that time, I personally covered everything from manufacturing and quality control to health and safety and ISO compliance. I'm a trained engineer with industry experience, but all the following information comes straight from the council's own reports. Derby's highways degrade by about £7 million a year, and we spend half of that to repair them. We're an estimated £70 million in highways arrears, which would achieve just an acceptable standard. But highways aren't green. We can't spend money there. Well, where do cyclists ride? London Road is suicidal for cyclists and has to be avoided at all costs. Not because it's busy, which it is, but because every metre of road tries to throw the cyclists off the bike. If we're serious about reducing car usage, our highways budget must multiply dramatically. We must repair our roads, install new cycleways, investigate and embrace best practice from places like the Netherlands and put our money where our mouth is. The highways budget in this document is an impressive £60 million for 1 year only. And that's TCF tranche 2, of course. You probably have to Google that to bring up the plan, but it will produce a small number of cycle and bus improvements and some works at the bus station, near the train station and other locations which have been difficult to pin down. It's a welcome extra, a positive distraction, a government initiative unlikely to produce the results we really need, and not backed up by a council commitment to continue further improvements or even maintain the new routes. To achieve real change and improve this city, we must plan, we must lead, we must solve, and we must move. We cannot simply jump from one government grant to the next and expect to achieve a complete, balanced, high-quality highways network. This budget has no credible funding for even basic maintenance of our existing roads and pavements, yet alone any serious improvements. Moving on, do not think for a minute because I've reviewed our highways funding, it's my main concern. There are many far more important and deserving subjects where this budget falls short. I simply selected an easy one. I'll not cover the others, but I want to further review the quality of the report and look at its omissions and opacity. The budget pretends to expound the financials. It provides, for instance, an estimated pot for the windows of 2 Stanley Road, while hiding the millions we spend on, let's say, the closed incinerator every year, which is roughly equivalent to the proposed rise in council tax. When questioned about council budget plans with regards to the incinerator, Jonathan Smale replied to a well-known resident, "The MTFP includes provision for a level of borrowing to support future capital investment. This is not hypothecated against individual schemes." The document also says the council also has potential liabilities for the Derby Homes pension deficit and the new waste treatment facility in Sinfin, but has not put aside any money due to the level of uncertainty around the liability. Wow. It is, by the way, about time we change the word new because it's stretching the truth, and I can think of other words that would fit much better. So in summary, this budget is missing information that I'm not allowed to know, that I've been told not to discuss, and is hidden from sight of even the best trained eyes. It fails to even maintain the city's infrastructure while spending hundreds of £millions on quite random projects. It places unnecessary burden on local residents, leaves city reserves in tatters, and delivers poor value for money. I'm not alone when I say I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prosser. I now intend to adjourn the meeting and ask you to be back in your seats for 8 o'clock, and then we'll deal with the amendments and any other contributions.
councillors. Could I ask you to retake your seats, please?
Thank you. Please sit down.
People are dawdling back, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's had.
Well, it's gone 8 o'clock. We have resumed.
Who's there?
Councillor Shanker, are you going to come and move an amendment? Or shall we move on to the Liberal Democrats?
Who's making the first amendment?
I understand. I take it it's you who's moving the amendment, is it? Or another member of your group? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully there's copies to be circulated. Thank you. I'll be brief. I covered most of the points in my statement earlier this evening, Mr. Mayor. The Labour administration isn't prepared to see another maximum increase in council tax. We have a proposal in the amendment to use a what should now be a redundant COVID reserve that is available, given the all COVID restrictions have now been lifted across the whole of the UK. Them reserves aren't earmarked to be used for anything. So during this Tory cost of living crisis that we see ourselves in, it would just be sensible for that money to be allowed to not impose the maximum council tax increase on Derby residents. It's a very simple motion. It reduces council tax by, or the proposed increase by 1%, limiting it to 1.99% instead of 2.99%. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is the amendment seconded? Councillor Peatfield, thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are a country in crisis, and Derby is being disproportionately affected. COVID, Ukraine, Brexit, austerity, housing, energy, petrol. These are all crises that we are facing right now. Combined, we have an inflation crisis that is making the cost of living unaffordable. And it's getting worse. There is no answer, no visible tackling of this crisis, nationally or locally. There seems to be no support. And don't tell me that £200 loan is support, because it is not. On top of the rising cost of living due to inflation, our residents with the lowest incomes have also been hit with the rise in national insurance. If they're in Derby Homes properties, a rise in rents, a real term cut in wages, an £80 loss of universal credit since last autumn per month, cuts to local services and support traditionally delivered by this council. In Arboretum, Normanton and Sinfin wards, more than 50% of the population are in the lowest 10% of wage deprivation across the entire country. But with all these rising costs, declining real-term wages and increased taxes, we're no longer just talking about those in our city on the lowest incomes. This will also be hitting those jams that Theresa May once referred to, the just about managings, and they too are being tipped over the edge. They're not managing anymore. In a previous motion to full council regarding the loss of the universal credit uplift, I spoke about residents' experiences of choosing between heating or eating. Now they can't even afford the luxury of that choice because they can afford neither. When your cost of travelling to work goes up by £50 a month, your shopping bill goes up by maybe £150 a month, and your household bills are going up to possibly £700 a year extra, what are people in Derby supposed to do? Now, no doubt you will tell me that they can apply for the household support scheme. Well, we've heard about that this evening, and only 60% of that budget has been handed out. And we've evidenced this in Sinn Féin. Having shared the links to the support scheme with residents in Sinn Féin ward, many of them applied, and every single one came back to me saying not one was accepted as qualifying. I have asked what that threshold is. Just how poor and impoverished do you have to be to qualify? Deeply seems to be the only answer I can glean. So right here, right now, amidst all this crisis, is this the time to raise the council tax to its maximum capacity again for the 4th year running? No, Mr. Mayor, it is not. It is immoral, unjust and unfeeling to inflict yet another pressure to the cost of living for people in Derby right now. Now, we will not be fiscally irresponsible and suggest no rise in council tax at all. We do understand that would put you in a very difficult position of deciding what services would have to be cut. We understand that conflict all too well. For the people of Derby, we would spare that. Mr. Mayor, I second this amendment as a way of easing the burden to the council taxpayers of Derby, with no cuts to services and legally fulfilling the Section 151 officer's duties to submit a legally balanced budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No one can understand as much as the pain as for me that we've had to increase the council tax. It goes against every part of my own personal grain of being a Conservative. But we're in a unique situation coming out of the pandemic and now with the emerging crisis from Ukraine. This amendment helps for this year, and I see the point, I grasp the concept. However, as already outlined in this amendment, if you could turn around to the other side, it also then increases our amended budget gap. It increases it for the following 2 years. So what we are doing is we are kicking this down the road. So whilst this year a 1% decrease is being proposed, because it's been built into the base budget, it means for the following 2 years, we are now going to have to find a £1.131 million saving in 23-24 and a £1.178 million in 24-25. And that's on top of already the current proposed budget gap that we'll see in years 2 and years 3. So whilst we completely understand the need and wanting to bring this, but unfortunately this administration has to remain strong and steadfast and be making difficult decisions such as this one, and that's why we cannot accept this amendment and will be voting against. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smale. Councillor Willoughby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take my mask off properly this time. Yes, when I read through this budget, I just felt I could not support it with this, this full maximum council tax rise. And so, I fully welcome this amendment that is lessening that burden on people, particularly residents in my own ward. Obviously we've announced I'm stepping down this evening at the next election, but I'll still be doing community work. It's still my local community. And in all honesty, I could not have looked those residents in the eye having supported a full council tax increase. So I think this allows for that sort of, that balance between not doing anything and maybe impacting the real vulnerable people with council services, but also impacting people's pockets, because I know so many residents in my own ward are suffering from this cost of living crisis, and I acknowledge all the points that have been made by both Councillor Skelton and Councillor Shanker earlier. So I could not support this budget with that council tax increase. I could not support those residents. I'm just so grateful for the residents of Derwent for giving me, for being able to serve them for 5 years, and I could not just have done this to them, in possibly one of my final votes and final acts as one of their councillors. So, for me, I should be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willoughby. Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, just to come on the back of what Councillor Smells had to say about this. The fact is, Mr. Mayor, that the reason that we took the maximum permissible council tax, or applied that, was because we need the funds that are referred to here. Councillor Schenker talks about raiding the COVID reserve fund that we I hope to hell we don't need to spend it, but COVID's shown its teeth in many ways over the last 2 years and made many reappearances, and who's to know what reserves we'll need in terms of dealing with COVID in the future. And if we don't have to spend it on that, then it will give us the ability to do what we intended to do when we talk about doing from day one is and Councillor Smale and myself have both referred to our plan to support the resilience for people in the city by looking to support those that need the support most. Councillor Smale has outlined the massive numbers, £67 million in rent support, and all the other figures that we spend on in terms of supporting those in most need in our city. I have to say that I absolutely understand, and I'm with Councillor Smell, I don't want to have to increase council tax by a penny, but we know how it's made up. We understand that we needed to apply this as a minimum because it's needed for the purpose of supporting our communities, and it's a misguided, in my view, it's a misguided saving, because the saving won't be significant for those that are the poorest off in our community, because they're already supported, and many don't pay council tax, or certainly not the full council tax in the city. Whereas those that can most afford it will benefit most by not having that 1% increase, and that's the opposite of targeting those that need it most, in my view. But so, unfortunately, it seems obvious that from the words spoken so far, that the rest of the council would prefer to use this as some sort of political statement, some sort of leaflet fodder to be able to promote themselves and by saying they've managed to reduce the council tax by 1%. Well, it sounds like you probably will do between yourselves, but my group consider it's a misguided attempt to support those that need, and it doesn't support those that need it most. So my group will be against it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard Councillor Smale and Councillor Poulter roll out what I've heard nationally the government talk about. Our ambitions are to be low tax administration, but we can't do that. And it's not just this year, this is the 4th year where the maximum council tax will be taken from the people of Derby City. We know our council funds are strained, but we also know, as detailed by Councillor Shanker and Councillor Peatfield, about the immediate cost of living challenges that are being felt already, but will be felt even more after the increased taxation that's coming down the road from April onwards by nearly everybody in Derby, but most importantly, those in the deprived parts of the city. This ward I represent, Normanton, Arboretum, Sinpin, Derwent, there are many parts of the city where many people are exercised about how they are going to find the funds to meet the cost of living standards. So we need not just words about aspirations, not just manifesto pledges which say that we will reduce tax or not use maximum taxation, but we need action. And the action is needed now. It's needed tonight. And the idea that we're going to add more debt in future years, the budget paper, paragraph 455, already predicts a 9 million MTF budget gap for 23-24, a 4 million gap which hasn't been identified in 24-25. And Councillor Poulter talked about a million being added to those. There are large sums already which are still not being identified. So let's do something about the impact, the negative impact on the cost of living of our citizens in Derby. We can't do what we would like to do and reduce it even more because we need to be fiscally responsible, but we do need to hear the anguish and the challenge and the cost of living crisis which is being faced by our citizens in Derby, but right across the country as well, particularly in the most deprived communities. The right thing to do is show some sort of compassion and sensitivity and reduce, not have this budget taxed to the maximum. I recommend everybody to support this amendment because it's the best we can do, it's the right thing we can do for the citizens of Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dinser. Councillor Repton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're witnessing in Derby reflects what is happening nationally, and that is incompetence and indecision by the Conservatives, nationally reflected by incompetence and indecision by this administration locally. As it's been said, this is the fourth year we've been asked to increase council tax by the maximum legally possible. Nationally, we have a major cost of living crisis with rocketing petrol prices, national insurance increases, food prices going through the roof, and inflation rising to over 7%. Locally, this Conservative administration tonight is trying to push through the maximum council tax increase it is legally allowed to do. If this wasn't enough, we have Derby Homes rent increases of over 4%. And we've witnessed cuts to services and cuts to jobs. We've witnessed the delay and indecision over the costly, farcical and now abandoned attempts to reopen the assembly rooms. The delay and indecision regarding what to do about the now abandoned site. The controversial closing of the Queen's Leisure Centre pool with no easily accessible replacement pool planned for, despite the motion being passed at full council last year. We had Councillor Barker in November telling us that the final cost of the market hall refurbishment was just over 25 million. Yet we're told tonight that it's now 35 million. An extra £10 million, staggeringly and eye-wateringly. What a disgraceful, incompetent, pathetic record of delay, indecision, overspending. People in Derby need a break. This amendment gives them that, so I urge all councillors to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Repton. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there are two conflicting issues here and a third one. The first one is how we actually balance a budget. And as Councillor Smale has said, if we reduce the amount we increase the budget this year, it'll mean that the next year will also be a smaller sized cake that we're eating. And even if we increase it by a percentage, it'll still be a smaller cake forever, while we still have limits to the amount of council tax we can raise. So by reducing the amount we increase today, we're actually reducing the amount we increase forever. And that's his point. The second point I'd make is where that increase, where any reduction in that increase will actually fall. It's a percentage increase. And as Councillor Prosser mentioned earlier, if you're on a very low salary, a small increase in that salary is a small amount. If you're on a high salary, similar increase in your salary, percentage increase, will give you more money. And that is true for council tax as well. So somebody who's on a band A, which is the largest sized group we have in the city, I think it may even be more than half the households in the city, as a percentage increase, get a smaller hit in their pocket than somebody who's on E, F, G, H. There are fewer of them. So there's two angles there. The government has recognised this increase in cost of living, and it's giving everybody 150 quid if you're a council taxpayer between A and D. They're not giving anybody in E, F, G and H anything back because they assume those people are better off, can afford more. So the government, the Tory government, is targeting a bit on who's going to get that benefit. Labour have put forward a proposal that will actually bring the greatest benefit to people who are in the biggest homes. Now, so just because you're in a big house, you might not have a big income. But quite a lot of those people will have a larger income. So it's interesting that Labour are now targeting their savings, their benefit, to people who are potentially most wealthy. That's interesting. The extra thing to think about is where they're taking the money from. 2 years ago, COVID was something we were talking about. It was the very big issue on our conversations at every set of news from every news outlet, in the same way as the situation in Ukraine is at the moment. We hadn't even gone into lockdown. We didn't know where we were going. Yes, we're 2 years on. We've all been jabbed, triple jabbed probably, but we don't know when the next COVID issue might hit. So if we take this money and give it away to the people who may not be the most in need, will we be able to cope if a new variant comes along next month and starts building and our vaccinations don't work and aren't as effective, and it's another 6 months before we have a vaccination that really works? That is my concern. I absolutely agree that we have a cost of living issue. There are people in our city who are going to be absolutely desperate, who will be in the situation of whether they can feed their family or whether they can't, whether they'll be able to pay that bill, whether they can heat the house. There are people in that situation now, and we try to target our help to them. But if we don't plan ahead, we could be even worse. And that is the dilemma. That is what we're voting on.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Cuss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's quite interesting that the Conservatives, who now are the party of high taxes, they are asking to increase to the maximum as we go into difficult times with the cost of living increasing. With the tax burden that will be the highest since the 1950s, the Conservative government have announced that the income personal tax allowance would be frozen, which means more people will pay more taxes. Along with national insurance contributions are planned to increase by 1.25%. This administration has an opportunity to help the residents of Derby by not increasing the council tax by the maximum. As many people will be hit with the national taxes increases. The TPA analysis of the ONS data reveals that the lifetime tax bill for an average household reached over £1 million in 2019 to 2020. The poorest households will work for 24 years to pay off their tax bill, leaving 16 years of income for just themselves. Many Conservatives in this venue stood on a manifesto pledge that stated, "We will keep any increase in council tax to the minimum." However, last year they voted against our budget proposal that included not to increase the council tax by 5%. Council tax hurts the less well paid off in our society the most. The tax burden will be at a 70-year high, and it is unfair to keep asking taxpayers to dig deeper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuss. Councillor Graves.
Let's put that on. As councillors, as guardians of the local council, we are here for the people of Derby at their behest, and we should consider all those people in these difficult times. Mr. Mayor, the council tax is a punitive tax made worse under Tony Blair's Labour government when Gordon Brown introduced the ratchet effect. This allowed the government to pass the buck by reducing the amount in real terms by government and trying to force councillors to take the blame for increases in taxation through council tax. It was a very clever and deceitful way to treat councils and taxpayers. So good, in fact, that every government since has continued that tradition. Again, there is an amusing part to all this. When Labour are in charge, the Tories take great pleasure in condemning them for high council tax increases. When the Conservatives are in charge, Labour condemn them for high council tax increases. Unfortunately, the collateral damage are the people of Derby. We have council officers whose principal job is to max out council tax increases. And we go all through the process of, if you don't, what are you going to cut? It's like maxing out your credit card, only it isn't our credit card, it's all the people of Derby's credit card. Interestingly, Labour didn't support our amendment last year, our sensible reduction to the council tax. Also interesting that Councillor Dinser, who was the Police and Crime Commissioner, increased his precept by 6.6% when before he lost that position. Make no mistake, this is grubby politicking by Labour. However, Reform Derby will always support local residents, and so we will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Graves. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interesting, this debate. Derby Homes rent increase. Councillor Khan, Councillor Kerr, Councillor Graves, all on Derby Homes Board. None of them voted against that increase. Let me think about the reason behind that. Is it because Derby Homes run the housing revenue account? And is it that housing revenue account that invests in social housing in this city? Is it that housing revenue account that makes improvements in the properties that Derby Homes tenants reside? Some of those tenants have benefited immensely from reduced energy bills. They have solar heating, they have air source heat pumps, all put in by Derby Homes in an attempt to reduce energy costs for our tenants. And that takes investment, that takes a stance on providing the finance over a 30-year business plan. And we in this council have a 3-year plan, a medium-term financial plan, but what we should be looking at doing is investing in the future of the city of Derby. So when Councillor Shanker stands before us and says, let's limit the increase, where am I, as Cabinet Member for Adults and Health, going to reduce health inequalities? How am I going to do that? How am I going to make people more resilient and be able to look after themselves? How am I going to persuade the government that instead of yearly grants, that we want 3 yearly grants so that we can invest in the biggest killers in this city? Smoking, drugs, alcohol, and obesity. And that's 4, yeah, but 3 of them are the biggest killers. The fourth one is there because healthy life expectancy is reducing, and obesity is causing that. So we need to do work on that. And we've successfully persuaded the government that we get a 3-year grant for doing that. But we have got to make the input into that to make all our residents in this city healthier, live longer, healthier lives across this city. So by cutting council tax by 1% this year, you are going to have an impact on all those residents across the city and the ability to be able to deliver healthier lifestyles, healthier, longer life, and reduce inequalities across this city. I shan't be supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Councillor Ralston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having looked at this, it just purely strikes of hypocrisy from my good friend, Mr. Shanker. For many, many years, I've constantly heard the issue of we need to keep reserves. We need to have reserves there. We never know what's going to happen. So where's it coming from? Oh, the COVID reserve. So we may well be coming out of the pandemic, but we don't know the long-term impacts. And you have no plans or no resources for that. We'll just use this and this one-off fix. But that doesn't fix the problem going forward. We've still got another £2 million in ongoing years. So again, kicking the can down the road, potentially putting more pressure on services, kicking it down for those of our hard-working colleagues, the officers here that have worked so hard, potentially putting cuts in the future that will potentially have major impacts on this city. What you're also failing to realise is that you're, again, not targeting the right people. 25% of council tax in Band A receive council tax support. By increasing the council tax, it obviously affects the higher payers, the Band D pluses. They're the ones that will see the biggest increase. It's less than £1 a week on average for these residents. Less than £1 a week to ensure that our hard-working services, our members and officers all receive the pay increase that they deserve, that we don't cut the services that that potentially have bigger impacts further down the line. And also that you can use a COVID reserve, having told me constantly over the last 4 years that we need to keep reserves and build them up. I just can't get over how ridiculous that this comes from yourself, in all honesty. I think I'd be interested to see how many of your Champagne Socialist colleagues actually live in a lower than C. I think it's mainly saving yourselves, not others, for the city.
Thank you, Councillor Ralston. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got plenty to say later on. I wasn't going to say anything at this point, but I feel compelled to respond to Councillor Kerr. I have a lot of respect for Councillor Kerr, but very often she just cannot see the wood for the trees in her comments. It's absolutely known and accepted that council tax is a fundamentally regressive tax. It always hits the poorest harder. It's set up that way. Now, attempts to reform council tax over the years have had very, very poor consequences. You look at Margaret Thatcher's attempt to reform it, absolutely disastrous for the Tories. It's a very, very difficult tax to deal with. Maybe the whole taxation system around council tax should be reformed, but we're not in a position in a council to do that. So any increase in council tax necessarily affects the poorest more. So let's just get that absolutely clear. It's fairly simple. And with regard to Councillor Webb's comments, I cannot believe that a Conservative is telling us that actually, people's life chances are really determined by the actions of this council. Of course, this council has a massive role to play in that, and I would agree with that. But actually, we know that obesity is very, very closely linked, much obesity, to poverty, to inadequate incomes, to an inability to buy an adequate diet. I don't think anybody in the Labour group is pretending that by reducing this council tax increase by 1%, that we'll be putting enough in people's pockets such that they can actually afford decent food, so that they're not ill, they're not malnourished, and their life expectancy is lower, and they're not obese. But let's not forget, let's not patronise people in this city. Let's actually say, yes, if they did have a bit more money, they might buy a better diet, they might live longer. You know, let's not pretend it's all down to the council. That's an absurd argument, and I'm astonished that a Conservative is putting that forward. So I urge everyone, especially those Liberals with a strong social conscience, and I know there are some over there in the Liberal Democrat group, I urge them to vote alongside Councillor Willoughby and not to heed this evening Councillor Kerr's argument. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the amendment? In which case we'll put it to the vote. It has to be a recorded vote, so I'll hand over to Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read members' names, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the amendment as it has been moved by Councillor Shanker? Councillor Barker, please. Councillor Bettany. For. Councillor Bonser.
For.
Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Graves Jr. Councillor Graves Senior. Councillor Grimmadale.
Against.
Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hesselgrave.
For.
Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Jangir Khan.
For.
Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss.
For.
Councillor Lind.
For.
Councillor Lonsdale.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McChrystal. Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz.
For.
Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor J. Pearce. Councillor T. Pearce. Councillor Peatfield.
For.
Councillor Adrian Pegg.
Against.
Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton.
For.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West.
For.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Willoughby.
For.
And the Mayor, Councillor Wood.
Against. That is carried. That will, of course, have consequences for item 13, and we may need a break while those figures are recalculated. However, we still have a motion as amended. Is there another amendment to come from the Lib Dems? No, thank you. Any amendment to come from the Reform Group? No. Okay. Councillor Martin, you'd like to speak on the amended substantive motion?
I have submitted an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Another one. Sorry. Yes, it's your turn back again. Can we see it, please? Right. And Councillor Hesselgrave, I understand you're seconding this amendment.
Should I start to speak on it, Mr. Mayor?
Please start to speak on it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This amendment aims to halt the direction of travel for youth work and NEET support proposed in the budget. It retains a viable youth work service in-house and ensures NEET provision can continue in a viable and effective way. It asks for £303,000 to be reinstated in the budget for that purpose, coming from funds in the budget settlement that had not been committed. So it doesn't reduce any other offer from the Council and ensures the Council can maintain some support for youth work and NEET provision over the next 3 years. So why do this? The depth and breadth of need among young people for support, advice, guidance and inspiration is greater than ever. Remember that council youth work has already been cut to the bone, something all councillors recognise in their own wards, and something many residents regret. How often do we hear, "There's nothing for them to do round here. He's going off the rails. She's self-harming, but I'm at my wit's end." How often do we see what all Derby young people might achieve if only their horizons could be expanded, or indeed if only some could actually see an horizon? The scope of youth work is massive. Now, I'm under no illusion with this. Putting this money back into the budget isn't it enough to deliver for Derby's young people. However, I'm asking you to support this amendment to keep the bones of a council youth provision and NEET support, and we can add more flesh later. The budget proposal, as given, effectively abandons youth provision in the council and reduces NEET provision to its bare bones. I recognise that there are many people and organisations doing good work with young people in the city, and long may that work continue. We often support small projects from our neighbourhood board budgets, but it isn't enough, especially for those young people who are really struggling. And you can only work in partnership with our partners if you have a service that they can actually work with. Let's look positively at council youth work and NEET provision and have the will to manage these for young people. Let's not abandon young people, and let's not see all youth work as about keeping young people out of care. That's important, but we already have a team dealing very well with that. Let's have some commitment and aspiration for young people and put our money where our mouth is. Please support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelgrave, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillors, as we're all aware, or should be aware, one of the most insidious consequences of this continuing pandemic is its effect on our young, who have had considerable repeated disruption of their education and protracted periods of physical isolation from their peers. This has led to anxiety for many of our children and young people, and this manifests itself through mental health problems, which in some cases take a long time to come to light. As a vital part of their development, this sector of society needs to meet socially and interact in person physically with others of their age. Youth provision is a vital part of this, and this budget proposal would effectively devolve any future offer to organisations outside of our control as a council. This would mean that, as councillors, we would have no scrutiny over this area, no ability to challenge, seek reassurance or hold to account. Youth provision, which as we all know has reduced dramatically in scope during austerity and whatever we have in place now, which is apparently austerity under another guise, is far too important to be just hived off with no council responsibility. It's posited in the papers before us tonight that we are a resilient city. Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, just presenting those words doesn't reify this. In other words, it doesn't make it so. Indeed, this move will have the counter effect and leave our young citizens with fewer high-quality resources at their disposal to help them to become resilient or regain resilience. Our youth service team recruits professionally trained and skilled youth workers who have quality input into the community work in this area, which largely draws from volunteers. Community organisations do great work in this area,
but need support from council professionals who know the city and would provide some confidence that there is a quality assurance and coherence of provision, since community groups work in isolation one from another. On the issue of NEETs, people over 16 who are not in employment, education or training, this is another area where funding cuts will lead to a less resilient capacity to reduce NEETs numbers in the city. The reason why this is important is that NEETs are very vulnerable. They are easy prey for exploitation by people who do not have their interests at heart, evil, amoral individuals, councillors. I'm aware that our performance on this is better than the national average. Does that justify having a lighter touch on this? Are we data-led or demand-led in our strategy on this? I'm also aware that greater access to technology among the target age range has increased, and that's very rare. It's very rare, for a young person these days not to have a smartphone. But what if they also acquire a burner phone? It's doing that dogged work, accessing the hard to reach and those who have dropped out of contact with the system designed to protect them, which is so vital in this important work. And reduction of funding would inevitably mean that there would be fewer skilled staff engaged in this. Do we need to wait for our performance measure to deteriorate before we have a rethink, or do we maintain the present team who are clearly working effectively? I think the latter. Please support this two-pronged amendment to safeguard our young people who have put up with too much and deserve your support this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Hazelgrave. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start tonight by saying I am a youth worker. I'm married to a youth worker. I understand what youth work and what high-quality youth work can do for a young person's life. So in this process, we have looked at what our youth workers can do for our children and young people in this city. And part of the proposals in front of you have meant that we're looking at enhancing the teams that we've created last year, the Keeping Families Together team. That team utilises the skills of our youth workers. They work with the families and young people to keep them out of care. And that's really, really important. They've kept over 37 families together. So what we did was look at that. We looked at that and said, what are the better outcomes for our children and young people? And the skills of our youth workers and putting them into that team and increasing that team's capacity was a really logical answer. Now, when it comes to youth work and to open access clubs, I really hope that you'll listen to me tonight, because what we've been doing here and what we have done in the last year is to work with the Youth Alliance, both under the Stronger Communities Board, the other boards that are around here, and we've worked with them to make sure that their skills and their responsibilities throughout the city are used to provide resources for young people. Now, we've come under the hashtag This Is Derby, and I'm sure you've all heard of it. I'm sure before the pandemic you actually went to some of the provision that they've got. And within the Youth Alliance, we've got people like the Safe and Sound Group, the YMCA, Derby County Community Trust, Sporting Futures, and a number of other brilliant youth providers. And they have been working with our children and young people. And what we're looking to do is to actually enhance the alliance model so that we can strategically use our youth workers that we've got. Now, the impacts of the teams that we've got, the impacts of the Youth Alliance and the reporting that they do goes through the Stronger Communities Board. So actually they are being held to account for the work that they're doing. They've also done a needs assessment of the young people's needs in the city, and they're working to make sure that what they need is provided. So when we have a look at the other issues that have been raised here in this amendment, we have to look at their needs. And again, we looked at it strategically. What can we do, and what can we do to make it better? Now, for our children and young people in this city, there are a number of programmes that they can use. There's a Princess Trust, there's Way to Work, there's a BBO programme. We've got our own Derby City Council Employment Hub, we've got the Towards Work, the Step Into Work, the National Careers Service. The social media that we use now is completely different, and there's a lot of online CV courses and job vacancies. There's also the sector-based work academies. There's apprenticeship schemes. There's Kickstart. There's Derby County Community Trust traineeships. And of course, we've got our great Derby Adult Learning Service. So we had a look at all these programs that are out there and we said, what can this team do to help the needs to young people? And they can refer them to those programs, a number of which actually have one-to-one mentoring support. So would that not make more sense? As a service, we don't have to do everything. There are other providers that can do it as well as us, if not better than us. So we haven't come to this lightly. We haven't decimated a service. We've looked at other ways that we can do it, either for the same standard or an improved, better outcomes for young people. You've got to also consider that some of our youth workers have actually taken voluntary redundancy. They have left the service already. If we're to accept this amendment tonight, we'd be looking at paying the outcomes twice. And I'm afraid that that's just not acceptable. So I hope that you will listen to me. I hope that you will understand what we've done here. I have continually, over the last 4 years that I've been a cabinet member, lobbied the government. And actually, I agree, Councillor Shanker, they haven't given us enough money. So I have talked to ministers, I've met with them, I've written to them, I've lobbied the LGA, and I hope you'll all continue to do that with me. But tonight, I must say, my group won't be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Dinsmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williams makes a good point, and she's working hard. I'm sure she's doing lots of strategic thinking. But I think, and Councillor Graves mentioned my role as the Police and Crime Commissioner for Derbyshire for 5 years. Let me tell you something about that. Youth services and cuts by local authorities have been happening year in, year out, and organisations which are great in the Youth Alliance and those organisations that are members of the Stronger Communities Board, they all do a great job. But one thing they don't have is funding. The Youth Alliance, when it first got created, one of the first things they did was to visit me in my office as the Police and Crime Commissioner looking for funding. The Youth Alliance is a great partnership in terms of joining up, getting rid of silos, but the one thing they lack is funding. The Scrutiny Stronger Board recently had a review. Councillor Ayres was part of that review. Great ideas, great organisations doing great work. But at the end of the day, the conclusion was, without funding, they cannot do the maximum they can achieve. And here we are with an impassioned argument, but nevertheless looking for a 17.4 full-time equivalent cut in people. Now, one thing I know about youth services and working with young people, you need people on the ground. You can strategize, you can have technology, you can have all the things in the world you want, but physically people talking to young people, supporting them, mentoring them is what's needed. And for too long, for years and years, the austerity years, youth services have been cut, decimated, or totally obliterated. We can't continue doing that. All the other work about family work that Councillor Williams mentioned is important, needs to be done, but not at the expense of youth services. So I really would invite people to consider that and to say that we need to shore up our youth service to add to the great partnership working that's being done out there by other organisations. Sporting communities was mentioned. Again, they cannot do that without funding. I estimated, as a Police and Crime Commissioner, that the total number of cuts by local authorities enforced on them by central government austerity, I have to say, had meant that resources for youth services overall were declining, despite applications to funds outside of government. And I had not enough funding as a police and crime commissioner to shore up all the cuts that have been made, and when applications and representation were being made to me as a police and crime commissioner. If there's not enough money, there's not enough people on the ground, the work will not get done, no matter how much strategic thinking, joining up, breaking of silos that Councillor Williams mentioned happens. So please support this amendment.
Any other speakers on the amendment? In which case, sorry, Councillor Lonsdale, didn't see you there, apologies.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. This subject is possibly the closest to my heart. This is one of the reasons I became a councillor. I have been a professional youth worker for 20 years. I've worked for some of those charities and organisations that were mentioned as signposting ones. And what I have to say is that without a good core youth service in a council provision, it's no good signposting young people to places, because if you don't have the relationship with them from positive adult role models, you do not have the trust, and the young people will just ignore you. And that's speaking from a professional standpoint. It is so important to not cut youth services anymore. It's important to invest in them. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Any other speakers before we move to the vote? This is the vote on the amendment that stands in Councillor Martin's name, and it has to be recorded because it's part of the financial setup. So over to Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will councillors please indicate if they are for or against the amendment as it has been circulated when I read their name? Councillor Atwell, please. Councillor Barker. Councillor Bettany. Councillor Bonser.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Graves Jr. Councillor Graves Senior. Councillor Grimmerdale.
Against.
Councillor Hassel. Councillor Heselgrave.
For.
Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan.
For.
Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss.
For.
Councillor Lind.
For.
Councillor Lonsdale.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McChrystal. Councillor Nater. Councillor Nawaz.
For.
Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Pete Field.
For.
Councillor Adrian Pegg. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton.
For.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Testrow. Councillor Webb. Councillor West.
For.
Councillor Williams. And Councillor Willoughby.
For.
And the Mayor, Councillor Wood.
Against.
The amendment is carried.
The amendment is carried. That brings us now to the motion twice amended to be debated. Anybody wish to speak on that basis? Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to get on to the real part of the debate. A long time ago, Councillor Smale said that the council is working for and with the city. And he also said that we're working in partnership with the city. Councillor Williams talked about the Stronger Communities Board as making youth work accountable. But it all sounds great, But it seems that the elements of the city are important, and the councillors elected to represent the residents of the city are less important. Councillors from all parties have proposed ideas, voiced concerns, and sought action throughout the year. The budget isn't something that just happens in a couple of weeks or even a couple of months. It's something that needs to be thought about throughout the year, and initiatives need to be explored throughout the year. There have been motions put to this council and approved, and they have not been taken forward. There have been amendments in the past that have been put forward, and sometimes they're accepted and sometimes they're not. If there was a willingness to use the wisdom, experience and advice from all the councillors elected to represent the people of Derby, and not just a caucus of them, it might be that we would have had a different budget than that put forward today. It might have been more vibrant, it might have been greener, it might have led to greater resilience, and it might have been better for our economy. But we didn't engage sufficiently early enough. And I'd like that to be a message that we take forward for next year's budget, because we can start thinking about that one as soon as we've got this one agreed. And it will be challenging, and we will need to do that. Officers, I'm sure, already are, but we need that engagement and mechanisms for that engagement for all councillors. What we have is a functional, uninspired, and largely hidden budget. It lacks innovation. It reacts to government and others' initiatives. It doesn't react to ideas from this council. It's a Conservative budget, largely, but shows no sign of business leadership. It's reliant on public money from the government and council tax. And as others have said tonight, it's a well-documentedly unfair tax, and it should be retired, but is what we have to work with. So there's minimal innovation here. There's no investment to cut council fuel bills. We spent £2.5 million a year last year on fuel bills. It's probably double that in the current year. I'm not sure that's really included in the budget. We've got a total of 4 weirs on the Derwent through the city. We've only got a turbine on one of them. We could be investing in turbines on the other 3. It may go into our coffers, or it might go to support business and other in the city. But where are the plans for that? I hope we will see them next year. Derby Homes is doing some sterling work on improving the housing for our council tenants. We are not showing the same leadership about the rest of the city's housing stock, which is the majority of it. We need that leadership for the sake of the climate and for the sake of people's budgets in this coming year. The budget boasts about investment, and it impresses us, or tries to impress us, with flamboyant vanity projects. There's a reference to commercialisation, which is something that I raised a couple of years ago that we should be acting on. Maybe, no detail, another example of no detail, maybe there is something there that will take us forward in a more dynamic and vibrant and greener manner. So my hope is that next year we will have a lot more engagement, a lot sooner, with officers and with all members about the way in which Derby can have a more sustainable, a more inclusive, a more innovative and exciting budget. Thank you.
Councillor Poulter, you reserved your right some time ago.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If everybody's finished.
No, could I, I'd like to speak, please. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Lind and then Councillor Peatfield, then we'll get back to Councillor Poulter. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have significant concerns regarding this budget. The lack of engagement with us in creating it, and the lack of planned growth for children's services, cuts to early help, and the huge rise in council tax that the Tories proposed, all at a time of great financial hardship impacting on many of our residents. The Local Government Association warns of concerns about children and young people and their families needing more support, as families are struggling to deal with the ongoing impacts of the pandemic, and say it is expected to lead to more referrals in social services. Derby Poverty Commission recently wrote to city leaders expressing their concerns regarding the rising costs of living. They state, and I quote, "This will become the steepest drop in the living standards that many in our city have faced in living memory. It is therefore imperative that the council ensures that early help and intervention is available and that it acts in a prudent, timely manner and allows for the expected growth when setting its budget." We don't believe that this budget delivers for the city. As far as amendments go, we don't think they go far enough. Therefore, we, the Liberal Democrat group, will not be voting for this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lind. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, it's me again, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to make a few comments on people services. Obviously, people services comprises children and young people and adults and health, and it does actually receive the largest amount of funding in the council's budget by far. This can be overlooked at times, given that most discussion usually focus on Derby's own versions of Grand Projet and issues covered by Street Pride, etc. Now, these are all important to us councillors, yet all the while these discussions are happening, many hundreds of council staff are getting on with their jobs, helping people in the city to live better lives. Many of these services are statutory and thus essential, hence the size of the funding pot they do receive. And I would like to thank tonight all those people working in people services for the often difficult work that they do. Despite being the largest recipient of funding, it is clear nevertheless that the People's Base Budget is not adequate, especially for children and young people, as Councillor Shanker referred to earlier on. The budget is more optimistic than realistic in terms of managing demand and anticipating pressures. We have seen budget overspends in CYP for a number of years now, and there's no reason to assume the same will not happen. And indeed, I will say this again as I was going to, but Councillor Shanker stole my line. The director of Derby's Children's Service was quoted by the BBC as saying that there is not enough money for looked after children. I recognise the many valiant efforts that are being made to both reduce the spend and produce better outcomes, such as early family intervention to help to keep children out of care. However, none of these valid initiatives will produce a fundamental shift in the demands in children's services, and the problem of over-reliance on extremely expensive outsourced private provision of residential placements remains. We need a fundamental review of the CYP budget to assess just how many extra million are needed in the medium term, and we need further discussions with government to help fund those services appropriately. Government has acknowledged the need for more funding in social care by increasing national insurance by 10% to pay for it. But it remains clear how much of that funding will reach councils and social care budgets, as the flurry of announcing action by the government had little action planning in it. Recruitment in social care remains a serious problem for the city, and whilst the council has secured extra funding for retention bonus payments, I've seen no action by the Cabinet member to try to address the status of care workers, which is another barrier to recruitment. The approach in adults seems to be steady as you go, with no major revisions and a fingers crossed that savings, such as maximising income across adult social care, can be achieved. We do urgently need an injection of imagination to adults and health from the Cabinet member. I think of what we could achieve alongside people in Derby if our horizons were not so limited by austerity-based budgets still, and if we had some more flair and courage from Cabinet members. It is infuriating to see another community group's expectations dampened because funding has been wasted on ill-thought-through projects or on the aborted costs for the assembly rooms, or handed over to consultants, or lost in legal fees. This budget isn't a case of could do better, but one of must do better for the people of Derby. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have to ask the question, did you actually watch the documentary Split Up in Care? Did you watch it? Did you understand what our workers here in Derby City have done? Did you actually listen to what the social care worker talked about in terms of the group that she works for? Did you actually listen to that? Because that's what I've talked about tonight. I've talked about expanding that team, of keeping young people out of care, of actually making sure that they stay with their families, that they get better outcomes. So go back and watch it. Watch how we've done that here in this city. Look at the 37 families that we worked with last year that kept a number of children out of care. Look at the expansion of that team and see what we'll do for it next year. So yes, we could always use more money. And as I said earlier, I will continue to lobby for more money. But actually make sure you watch that programme. Make sure you know what you're actually talking about when it comes to social care. You talked about me, not having the courage or the flair. Let me talk to you about the courage and the flair that I've had to do when I've had to make savings in social care. I was a Cabinet member in 2011. I had to make £9 million worth of savings. But you know what we did? We reinvented the service. We introduced locality working, thing that you all know about now. We were the first in the country to do that. We introduced multi-agency teams into the social care arena. That was really innovative. And this year, we've done so much more about getting new foster carers. How many of you have actually talked to people about becoming foster carers for our city? How many of you have gone out there, put yourself forward to become foster carers? How many of you have done that? Have you seen the work that our foster care team have done to increase the number of foster carers that we've got? It's immense. And then the teams that actually work on the placement sufficiency, we've looked at all sorts of different programmes. We've been working with D2N2. We've been working with the LEP. We've been working with all our neighbouring authorities. We go and listen to what other people are doing, but we come up with our own ideas as well. And we're working to make sure that placement sufficiency is getting better and better in this city. We looked at new ways of doing things. We're currently working with another authority that are doing some really innovative work, and they're helping us schedule that as well. So don't say well, you haven't got flair. Don't tell me that I haven't got the courage. I've got more courage than you think you know about. I will continue to work for the children and young people in this city and make sure that I do it with passion, with innovation and with flair.
Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll calm things down a little. This evening, we've seen two sensible and responsible amendments passed, and we thank those who have supported those amendments. It's a shame that we are the only party that has put forward any amendments this evening, however. We find that we could have proposed many more, but the substance and the detail within this budget, for example, the savings proposed in Appendix 4, they are so lacking in detail and substance that we can't even begin to know or understand what we are amending. So we say this evening that we want no part in your short-sighted, uninspired budget. You own it. You deliver these vague savings. We don't believe for a second, unfortunately, that you can. Inevitably, there will be an inadequate future funding for CYP, an overspend coming in the Q1 of the new financial year, and the reshuffling of reserves. These all stack up to an unbalanced budget of smoke and mirrors, however you paint it. We will not support this budget, nor will we be fiscally irresponsible. We will be abstaining, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before I call Councillor Poulter, the seconder? Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First reaction is disappointment. Massive, massive disappointment at the contribution of the 51 members of this council that are not, and those that are not in my group. You know, at the end of the day, these members of the council here have had 10 months to come up with something constructive, either through scrutiny, through going through Councillor Smale's door, or any of the cabinet members' doors with reasonable, sensible, additional issues that we can add to this budget. What have we come up with in those 10 months? Absolutely nothing. Diddly squat. No contribution from any members of the council other than my own group. And that's reflected again tonight. Massively disappointing. I went to take notes about the leader of the opposition councillors' groups. And I'll start the reverse way round with Reform, the most qualified councillor in the council to talk about finance, Councillor Prosser. The only thing I took out of that he fails to acknowledge that we as an administration have put £9 million into extra road maintenance in the last 2 years, which has dramatically improved the roads and the highways estate in Derby, and he absolutely forgets to acknowledge that. Then I turn to Councillor Ruth Skelton's contribution to the debate tonight, and then I'll move on to Councillor Schenker's contribution tonight. So let's look at what Councillor Schenker's got to say tonight that's not mealy-mouthed, negative, and an unhelpful, same old contribution that's completely politically motivated, because that's what we got. He talks about whether we can produce a legally balanced budget. Well, that's for the Section 151 officer to say it's he that will declare the budget either legal or not. Children and young people, he talks about it being underfunded. We will not underfund youth services. We will not underfund children's services. And then he talked about the outturn position at the end of this year and there being an overspend. That's not true, as you've heard the officer, as you've heard Councillor Smale say. The anticipation is that there will be no overspend by the end of the financial year. Huge cuts to services, but he failed to go on to say where they were or what they were, because, and the reason for that is, there are no huge cuts to services because we've dealt with it in a better way. He talked about the senior management proposal to reduce its costs. Well, that is not an issue for this administration, us as councillors. That's a matter for the chief executive to decide on his senior leadership team and his team. But I certainly won't take any lectures on the senior leadership team when it was you and your administration previously that boasted about having the leanest senior leadership team in the country, when you cut it to ribbons and everybody left because of what happened under your previous leader. Derby Homes and the increase there. Councillor Khan, it's you that's on the board there. Why didn't you object to the increase in the rise? Because at the end of the day, you had the opportunity. You sit here tonight with your group saying everything was wrong. It's not right. You did nothing about it
at the Derby Homes board. There was no discussion on the raising of council tax.
Councillor Khan, you please be quiet.
So we talk about the maximum increase. Well, You know, the government have made it perfectly clear that there's an expectation that the council tax will be raised by certain amounts to cover social care and children's services. How does not taking that rise or increase in council tax, how does that serve the people that was designed to protect? I could go on and answer many things about what Councillor Shanker's contribution was, but one thing we did learn, apparently, I think I must have forgotten, apparently Councillor Dinser used to be the Police and Crime Commissioner. Has he ever, he perhaps mentioned it once or twice before. That's about what I learned from his contribution. What I'd say, Mr. Mayor, is look, this was a balanced budget. It was a good budget. There's been tinkering at the edges with it in relation to a couple of items. After 10 months, the best we can come up with is two politically motivated things to change a budget, which affect the budget by £1.4 million in 1 year and over 4.2 million over the next 3 years. It's altered the budget by a significant amount. So maybe if we had not reduced the council tax by that 1%, we've heard a lot tonight about cost of living rises. Maybe, just maybe, we could have used that £3.3 million to address some of those cost of living issues. That said, the disappointment I've expressed is massive. I think we do ourselves a disservice as a council not to deal with this better, but we have an issue now whereby the budget at item 13 has been affected. So I'm going to have to ask for an adjournment, Mr. Mayor, to discuss with the Section 151 officer the ramifications of that and what we need to do in respect of creating or going with a balanced budget. So I'm asking for an adjournment a short adjournment to do that, Mr. Mayor.
You're moving an adjournment. Is that seconded? Councillor Eyre, thank you. Those in favour of an adjournment for this technical point, it doesn't need to be recorded. Thank you. Those against? Okay, how long do we need? How long does it need?
I just need to discuss the detail and where are we now?
23 minutes past, so
25 to do it.
25 to.
Please take your seats again at 25 to 10. Thank you. But please take your seats. Thank you. So you have finished, have you? Councillor Poulter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the adjournment. We have been able to get some clarity on the situation. Spoken with the 151 officer. But just interestingly, before I finish my piece, we now face a position whereby the budget proposed by my administration, my members, has been amended. So it's not the same budget as we started the day with. But interestingly, those that made the amendments to the budget are apparently not going to be prepared to vote for the budget as amended, which is a strange situation in my eyes. And the last thing, Mr. Mayor, is just to point out that as leader of the council, I do have an option to appeal if and when there is a budget approved tonight. Then I have an option to appeal that budget and bring a different budget or different set of circumstances back within the next 5 days. But that's my contribution. My understanding is that we've spoken with the finance officer, the 151 officer, and he'll address the ramifications of the changes to the budget under item 13. So that's my disappointed contribution for tonight, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Smale may want to sum up.
Thank you, Councillor Smale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the leader has obviously expressed the position that we are now in. Currently, we are going to vote for this budget with amended, but as heavily caveated by the leader, that we do have it in our gift to put in an objection within the next 5 days and bring an alternative proposal back to full council should we see fit. Obviously, myself and the leader will be already had initial discussions with our finance teams, and obviously we will be doing that for the next couple of days whilst we understand, as Councillor Poulter has just said, the ramifications of finding some budget proposals for years 2 and years 3 to plug the shortfall. So, not to go on to too long, Mr. Mayor, is that currently at the moment this group will be supported the amended budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That has to be a recorded vote. So, Alex, can you take over? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read councillors' names, will you please indicate whether you are for or against approving the minute as amended, which recommends the MTFP to council? So, Councillor Atwell, please.
Against.
Councillor Barker, please. Councillor Bettany. Against. Councillor Bonser.
Abstain.
Councillor Kerr.
Apologies, against.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carr, please.
Against.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Graves Jr. Councillor Graves Senior. Councillor Grimmerdale. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hazelgrave. Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle.
For.
Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lind. Councillor Lonsdale. Councillor Martin. Councillor McChrystal. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Adrian Pegg. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton. Councillor Smale. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Williams. Councillor Willoughby. And the Mayor, Councillor Wood.
4.
That concludes the voting. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. That was item 11, wasn't it?
You get closer. Frighten the children.
Can we move on to item 12? Following on from the setting of the budget, we will now consider a further minute that recommends the adoption of a new Treasury management and investment strategy. I expect this to last at least half an hour. Councillor Smale, would you like to move the minute, please? Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Poulter, thank you. Those in favour, please show. Isn't one we have to? No, thanks. Any against? That is carried. Takes us on to 13. Are we prepared now, or do we need time to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will require just a short adjournment while a revised item 13 is circulated to the meeting and uploaded onto the Democracy Portal, and to allow you all to consider briefly the terms of the new item 13. A new item 13 will now be circulated to you all. Probably need an adjournment of about 5 to 10 minutes for you to read that. 5 minutes should be sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, here we go again. We'll do that. In aid of Councillor Barker's knees. In which case, Councillor Smale, will you move?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, after just consulting with Section 151 officer and the leader, obviously we'll move this paper as printed, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Poulter, thank you. All those in favour? Anybody against?
Oh, it needs to be recorded.
Oh, it has to be recorded.
Sorry.
Right, beg your pardon. Alex, then, do your stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me one moment. When I read their names, will members please indicate if they are for or against the recommendations as they are published in the updated report that has just been circulated to confirm this is to set the council tax. So, Councillor Atwell, please. Councillor Barker, please. Councillor Bettany. Councillor Bonser.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
I object to council tax, but I accept we have to send. I reject. I don't like council tax.
Can you confine yourself to saying for,
Therefore,
against,
I'm going
or
to
abstain?
Was that an abstention, Councillor Kerr?
That was an abstention.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dinter. Councillor Evans. Against. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Froggatt.
For.
Councillor Graves Jr. Councillor Graves Senior. Councillor Grimmerdale. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Heselgrave.
For.
Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kuss.
Against.
Councillor Lind.
Abstain.
Councillor Lonsdale.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor McChrystal. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Jerry Pearce. Councillor Tracy Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Pegg. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton.
Abstain.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Testro. Councillor Webb. Councillor West. Councillor Williams. Councillor Willoughby.
Abstain.
And the Mayor, please, Councillor Wood.
Yeah, for.
The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The next item of business is the pay policy statement for 2022-23, which requires the approval of council. Councillor Barker, I understand human resources falls under your portfolio. Will you move the recommendation, please?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor. It's a recommendation, obviously, in relation to the Local Autism Act of 2011, and is necessary for this council to endorse year upon year, as I move as printed.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hassel, thank you. All those in favour? Anybody against? That is carried. That didn't need a recorded vote then. All right, good. Super. Item 16, oh, we're not done 15. Right. Now consider a report to set the council's allowance scheme, and nearly missed that out, for 2022-23. As we've already heard, the monitoring officer has granted a general dispensation to allow councillors to vote on the proposals. Councillor Barker, as the Cabinet Member for Governance, will you move the recommendations, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move on behalf of the council in relation to this. You will recollect, of course, that the independent review panel last year granted councillors an increase in allowances and also suggested that it go forward for a 3-year period in accordance with the index for pay for our staff members. This is just to actually endorse that for years 22-23 and onwards for that thing, but it will have to come up year upon year in accordance with the recommendations. for the council. So I move as printed.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Hassel, thank you. Anybody wish to speak on that? All those in favour then, please show. Anybody against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 16 then, the penultimate item this evening is a report detailing the recent urgent decisions made by the Chief Executive. There's one decision for us to note relating to the Council's membership of the Infinity Park Derby Management Limited. Councillor Barker, as this is a governance matter, will you move the recommendations, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, moved as printed.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Potter, thank you. Anybody wish to speak on it? Thank you. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Thank you. That is the final item. Item 17 of business is a report proposing councillors and officers have been engaged. Oh, it's proposing, my script runs out at that point. That's, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Councillors and officers have been engaged in a series of workshops since December 2021 to develop a proposal that meets the 3 statutory criteria applied by the Local Government Boundary Commission for England. The proposal attached at Appendix 1 to the report is the result of that process. The report invites Council to approve the draft for submission to the LGBCE's consultation. Important to get that right. The Commission will publish its draft recommendations in July for a further period of consultation before the final recommendations are laid before Parliament in December. The normal rules of debate will apply. Given the complexity of the work, a short adjournment may be required if amendments to the recommendations are proposed. Councillor Barker, will you move the recommendations, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's the Local Government Boundary Commission for England. That's the acronym that you use. Yeah. So just to remind you.
Put a Q plus on the end of it.
I know you did. That was what I was worried about. Anyway, yes, joking aside, ladies and gentlemen, fellow members, you are all aware, as the Mayor has already said, that the Boundary Commission last year required of us to undertake a meet, really, in relation to the Boundary Commission looking at the City of Derby and its ward system in order to balance it up. And I mean, basically, it's over 10 years now since we last undertook this, and they have strict 3 criteria, as you mentioned. Those 3 criteria are quite simply delivering electoral equality for local voters, protecting the interests and identity of local communities, and ensuring effective and convenient local government. What was evident from the outset of that first meeting that we had with the commissioners was the fact that in trying to level up and to bring about equality throughout the city, that whilst they required input from councillors, they would not entertain, by any stretch of the imagination, any political sort of shenanigans to come from any cabinet member or committee member, for that matter, in relation to putting our suggestions forward as to the way that the city should be divided. And their first initial circumstance was to stay with the status quo in relation to the 17 existing wards and 3 member wards. Now, we have put up a good argument in relation to retaining that, and in the interim period, through the good officers of both Alex, who sat over there, member services, and also through Mick Stein and the electoral people under his command, they worked up a system whereby they could look at a computer image of the city and map it overarching each one. And basically what happened was, of course, we had workshops to take that matter forward, where all councillors were invited, cross-party, to go into those workshops and view the potentials for moving boundaries around and also looking at the equality of electors throughout the city. Now, that was done over a matter of months, and as I say, through the good officers of the of Mixstein and Company, they brought about this computer program where any any member could look at the ramifications of moving boundaries in their ward areas. Those 4 meetings culminated in a 5th meeting, and there was consensus agreement right across the board without any fear or favour from any member in relation to taking forward the status quo as such in relation to 17.3, that is 17 wards and 3 councillors, and also with very small minority of movement in relation to boundary areas, they came up with a solution to trying to bring equality to the ward voting areas as well. That also went on to a leaders meeting, and with a few exceptions, there were very few concerns expressed there. So we came to a conclusion, and you see the report before you today, which I think everybody has had the opportunity to look at. This report will go on behalf of the council to the Boundary Commission. I was hoping that, as under the recommendations, that the draft awarding patterns that have been written out in this document would be approved. I would also was hoping that the council would agree to a uniform warding pattern comprising of the 17 wards containing the 3 councillors per ward. And finally, to request that the LBC consider the arguments in favour of respecting the parliamentary boundaries, which, of course, we know may well be changing in the future anyway. Why I say that those recommendations are desirable to all of us in this room is that I'm fully aware that since that time, one group, the Labour group, have been circulating their own ideas in relation to changing those ward boundaries. Now, I think it's fair to say from the outset that whilst we were initially with the local government board and they were suggesting that there would be no shenanigans or wouldn't accept any shenanigans, the policy that is coming up from Labour group would suggest that there is more of a likeness to being able to look after their own voting record than in actual fact to meet the criteria that is available within the document that's before you. I think they call it gerrymandering, and we cannot accept any form of gerrymandering in this process, and that is why we first put it in the hands of the officers. That is why we have agreed all the way through as a group, as a party, and I think other parties in this room as well, in actual fact, would accept the terms and the paper that's been written. And I could really commend the officers for having done a damn good job in actually putting this together. It's a first-class paper. It fulfills what is required by the Electoral Commission, and one would hope that the Electoral Commission take it to heart in relation to what we feel as a city is the best for the city, and the councillors within this room feel that similarly. I would still commend at this late stage for all members in this council chamber to agree with this paper and send it forward in its own right as the view of this City Council. It achieves everything that is required of it, and it gives the opportunity for the local government association, the local government boundary review, to next year implement the changes in accordance with the proposed 4-year cycle starting next year. And so therefore I commend the paper as written and move.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Barker. Is that seconded? Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was about 20 years ago, almost exactly, when the Boundary Commission were last visiting Derby and redrawing our ward boundaries. And I have to say that what they did then was a very good job on respecting community boundaries and at the same time managing to get electoral equality. It just seems the way Derby's communities are geographically laid out, it is very suitable for 17 wards with 3 councillors in each. I was a councillor before that when we did have 2-member wards and I think a few 3-member wards in the city. You yourself will remember quite well. And I must say, having worked in a 2-member ward and a 3-member ward, it is much easier working as a team of 3 than it is working as a team of 2. It's a lot easier as well if you've got, say, 2 more experienced councillors and a 3rd one who's perhaps a new councillor. It's easier for them to be trained up and learn the ropes. And obviously, as years pass on, we do need to have new councillors. So I think, you know, the Boundary Commission did a very good job, which is why obviously the current proposals that we have don't actually show much change. Obviously some change with regard for housing developments that have made wards either too big or too small, and so adjustments do need to be made. But I think we've managed to make those adjustments mainly by using new housing development where people have not already developed a very strong kind of local identity and connection to perhaps the ward they're in, and it can be just as easily moved from one to the other. So I think the officers certainly have done a really good job, and the use of the technology this time has certainly helped. So I very much and my group very much in favour of these proposals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think Councillor Skelton said most of what I was going to say. I have attended some of these workshops, and I think it's actually a fiendishly difficult job to do. The officers and the Commissioner to be commended for the work they're doing. My ward will lose a small amount, but I think that's a small price to pay for retaining what we currently have, which is quite a reasonable system of 3-member 17 wards with 3 members per ward, which I have found to be the most effective way of dealing with my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After the series of meetings that we've all had over the last few months discussing the boundaries of all the wards across the city and which could or may or ought to be changed, I'd really been looking forward to seeing complete cross-party unity on a proposal tonight. A proposal that would respect the existing community identities, that would provide minimum confusion for residents, that would give all residents access to 3 councillors to represent their community, and which was not drawn in the interests of any one political party, but was drawn in the interests of the residents of Derby. Unfortunately, one political party in the chamber this evening, the Labour Party, doesn't seem to believe in achieving that consensus, and I question whether they believe in working together on this, because their proposal wasn't presented at any of the meetings or workshops that I was at. Now, I'm not going to discuss the Labour Party's alternate proposal in detail in terms of every single ward, but I'm going to discuss it in terms of my ward of Oakwood. And given that under the latest alternate proposals I've seen, which don't seem to make that much sense, the area of Oakwood, the postal district OK5, remains within Oakwood Ward, I'll be discussing the changes that are proposed to the houses in Oakwood which currently have Oakwood postal addresses. So under the proposal before us today, the Oakwood neighbourhood remains within one ward. It is not split down Jitties, it is not split down the Big Dipper field, and the houses with Oakwood addresses are not placed into another ward. Under the alternate proposal, the Oakwood ward is split, and quite substantially. About 1,000 houses are moved from it. How much exactly depends on which version of the map you look at. So, Mr. Mayor, as a fellow Oakwood councillor, and with my colleague Councillor Barker, I know that 3 of us do not want to see Oakwood ward split. And I want to read a few of the comments from residents that have contacted us, whether by email or via Facebook, surrounding any proposal to split the Oakwood estate into 2 different wards, however much the split may be. So Matthew sent me an email, he's got a fantastic first name, saying he would be surprised to see even one member of Oakwood ward open to the idea of being moved out of it. Jeffrey said, on splitting Oakwood, please oppose with all your might. Andrea said it was a ridiculous idea, and she's absolutely right. Rhiannon said she doesn't support it one little bit. Ginny does not agree with it at all. Jean says she's never heard anything so outrageous in the 25 years she's been a resident of Oakwood. We are known for our great community spirit and helping each other any way we can. Again, absolutely right. Jasmine says that where we live, there are clear boundaries between us and other wards. In the ward that she's proposed to be moved into, Bredsall Hilltop, she actually cannot get onto that ward as it would exist without exiting her area of Oakwood onto the main road and back on again. Carrie says that the roads around the edge of Oakwood are a natural boundary to the estate, and she hopes that the alternate proposals are not entertained by the Boundary Commission. Chris and Brian say Oakwood must remain unchanged, and it can do so under these proposals. And Elizabeth says that Oakwood's a clearly defined area with obvious geographical boundaries. To destroy the identity by cutting off neighbours into different wards could have a very damaging effect. Again, I absolutely agree with her. And I think those words speak for themselves, Mr. Mayor. Residents in Oakwood do not want the Oakwood neighbourhood or Oakwood ward split apart in the way that the Labour Party proposed. Neither do I, and I know neither do either of my ward colleagues. The proposal in front of us keeps Oakwood neighbourhood in one ward, not to mention avoiding the chaos and mixed messages inflicted upon my Chaddesden and Derwent ward colleagues and their residents. The proposal in front of us gives all residents access to 3 councillors. The proposal keeps existing communities together. The proposal is one that we all worked on and that demonstrates all of our knowledge of the city. So I'll be supporting it this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to talk about 2 things. Firstly, people who were councillors prior and active in politics prior to 20 years ago, when we had the previous scheme, had a mixture of 2 and 3 member wards. And I lost count of the number of people who would phone up and say, who are my councillors? What councillors do I have? And they don't always phone you because you're in your ward. They phone you from anywhere, particularly if you're standing for Parliament or part of that team. And people were really confused by having different numbers of councillors. Well, why haven't I got 3 councillors to choose from? Why can I only contact 2? It isn't clear to people if there's a mix because they talk to their friends and then they don't understand the vagaries of politics and what's happened. So knowing that history in the background, I think it'd be really sensible to stick to a pattern that is coherent across the whole of the city. The other thing I would want to mention is the impact of representing an area which is growing. When I first started representing Littleover, the boundaries were different and Heatherton did not exist. The area at the top of Pastures Hill, the Swanmore Road estate, did exist. It was there and part of Littleover long before Heatherton was built. And it very much connects with what is there at the top of the hill, looking towards Littleover village. In the fullness of time, it's not going to be looking in another direction towards a new district centre, which is the hope that Heatherton will have as that neighbourhood centre grows with more housing. So we've got a split there within my ward, within our ward. But it isn't one that the Labour's suggestion actually acknowledges. They want to chop a bit off the existing bit of people who look towards Littleover Village, the more established community, and they want to stick that onto the new community. There is no road connection. There is a pedestrian connection, there's a cycle connection, but there is no road connection between the two without going onto the main road, as Councillor Hare described within the Oakwood possibilities. And I think we need to respect communities. Communities are the basis of our city and a really important element of getting people to work together and to understand the issues in an area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Boundary Commission indeed comes only every 20 years or so. This time I was led to believe that all groups on this council agreed that 17 wards with 3 members was optimal for the city. We therefore must ensure that the submission Derby City Council produces is logical and within the Boundary Commission's expressed requirements. However, with the recent revelations that the Labour group are submitting their own submission to the Boundary Commission, breaking the perceived goodwill that was potentially in the air, Labour have seen an opportunity and have pursued the opportunity to propose to break up Chaddersden Ward and other areas of the city. Labour in Derby know that they cannot win at the ballot box in Chaddersden Ward, so they want to break up the ward. On this point, Karen stated on Chaddersden Ward Councillor's Facebook page, quote, "Their proposal will alienate a Labour vote. Obviously, they do not know us Chaddersden folk," end quote. Furthermore, the Labour group initially proposed to change Chaddersden Ward's name, a decision that has gone down, quite frankly, like a bucket of cold catsup in our local area. For example, Sarah commented on this on social media, quote, "I live opposite Cherry Tree School, so would become Cherry Tree Hill for what reason? What good does that do for anyone? It's highly unnecessary and there is no benefits for anyone," end quote. Sure enough, the Labour group must have seen this kind of sentiment and rode for the shore, changing their plan and renamed the ward proposal. Due to the stiff and very angry residents expressing their outrage at their identity being compromised by Labour in Derby. Furthermore, another resident online from Chaddersden Ward quoted, "Still makes no sense to me, ridiculous, they obviously have too much time on their hands," end quote. Oddly, the ambition of Labour in Derby to break up Chaddersden Ward has been hailed by them that, quote, "It's really good to see," end quote, and gain an extra councillor, end quote. Well, with neighbouring Derwent Ward also in Labour's sights to be broken up, their diabolical plan would give less representation to the residents of Chaddersden Ward and Derwent Ward too. Currently, the 2 wards have a total of 6 councillors. Labour's plan is to reduce this to 4 councillors between the wards. Chaddersden will simply have less influence in these Labour plans. Quite frankly, Labour is simply out of touch in Chaddersden. Local resident Lee, reflecting on Labour's plans, stated, and I quote, "Chaddersden does not need splitting," end quote, and quote, "Labour have been historically and continue to be absolutely hopeless with Derby City Council. I will never vote for them at local council level," end quote. Also, local residents have noted that Labour proposed not only to try and break up and divide the community of Chaddersden Ward, but also they wish to split Chaddersden Park in half and into 2 different wards. The boundary they have chosen seems to be Chaddersden Brook. Jason, a local community leader, also happens to be the very best vicar in Chaddersden Ward, stated, quote, "So you'd be responsible for half the park and the parish boundaries that are 600 years old are rewritten so someone can gerrymander at the elections," end quote. So I see Councillor Shanker laughing. I see the leader of the Labour group laughing. So I hope the Labour group have listened to the residents of Chaddersden Ward they have heard from tonight. There is plenty more to come, and rescind their plan to split up the community I love, live in and proud to represent. The people of Chaddersden care deeply about their community and identity. It would be wise of the Labour group to listen to them. We will fight for the people of Chaddersden Ward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Willoughby.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought my earlier speech on the budget was going to be my final one, but listening to these proposals, I feel that I need to speak along with Councillor Eyre, actually, in defence of my own community, because as you know, I actually live in Oakwood, and I live in the area that is actually going to, under Labour's proposals, is actually going to be planned to be actually taken out of Oakwood. So I think that there has been a great community spirit in Oakwood. Various organisations have built up that community spirit, certainly over my time living in Oakwood. And Oakwood now has its own identity. I'll drive home, hopefully not too long in the future tonight, and it will say, there'll be a sign there that will say welcome to Oakwood as I approach the roundabout to turn into the estate. And so therefore I'm totally for the proposals here printed, that is keeping that distinct identity in Oakwood, and I totally concur with the statements of other Oakwood residents as well. And also, we've been trying over the years in Derwent. We've built up a strong community, in Derwent as well. And certainly from my side, with particularly one of the reasons why I'm stepping down as a councillor, this is my last meeting tonight with my work. It's been a great benefit to work with, two other people, two other councillors. One of them sitting in front of me here. So certainly, I think, let's please retain the three-member ward model, and let's keep those community boundaries, particularly my own one in Oakwood. I'm sure you concur with that, of course, as well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers before I call the seconder and mover? Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to thank officers who have been working to various boundary commission deadlines set by them, also who have held the workshops, facilitated the workshops to come up with these proposals in front of us today. Interestingly, we seem to have heard more about proposals that aren't in this report than proposals in the report in the last 10-15 minutes. I think that says quite a bit on its own. Also like to thank officers for working with us, given the opportunity to look at alternatives, and they did that diligently with us and came up with a set of alternative proposals, which, let's be clear, also meet the Boundary Commission's three principles of delivering electoral equality, protecting the interests and identities of local communities, and ensuring effective and convenient local government. What we wasn't aware of is that the workshops were constituted and there was any formal agreement in those workshops. They were good workshops, they were informative workshops, but unless somebody else here wants to tell us, was a vote taken, was there any agreement at those workshops, and indeed, is that any of them decisions constitutionally bounding? I suspect not. I'm not really sure why the Tories particularly have seemed to have gone into panic mode. This is part of a consultation. The Boundary Commission themselves relaunched their consultation, Mr. Mayor, after this council passed a resolution to move to 4-year electoral cycles. Again, plans which the Tories, we took dragging and screaming, four attempts, 4 years to get you guys to see the light. You've eventually got there, and I think you probably eventually will get there with looking at the boundaries of our wards differently. Councillor Skelton correctly said, unlike Councillor Barker, it's 20 years since these were last due. Every 15 years they should be due, so we're actually overdue. But it has been a timely manner to do the review, given the December council decision to move to all-out elections. So I don't know why the panic is already setting in. There's a consultation open from the Boundary Commission. They've extended the consultation given the January decision. They're welcome proposals from anybody, not just this chamber, residents, organisations, anybody can make representation to the Boundary Commission, and they're actually encouraging people to do exactly that. This council agreed on 57 councillors back when this whole process started. The Boundary Commission didn't take that view on. They said, no, 51 is enough, although Councillor Graves claims the credit. He managed to sort that out, personally himself. The Boundary Commission will do what the Boundary Commission think is right. They are absolutely not political, and that's the point here. This almost grief-like panic that just seems to have taken over Derby Conservatives is quite telling in itself. Have they not got faith in these communities? And what 2-ward or 1-ward or any other number of member wards does is help identify communities which over the last 20 years, I'm hope no councillor in this chamber will say haven't changed. The communities in Derby have changed, and it's time that we recognise that. An alternative proposal is there, which we will make, and the Boundary Commission will then, as has been said, release their draft proposal sometime in July, again for further consultation before they make a final decision. It's really as simple as that. So I think all these panic statements that we see here today and we've seen online just really do need to stop. There's probably good things and bad things on a number of these proposals. We're not saying any one proposal, is the be all and end all. I think the consultation should let the consultation run, let the Boundary Commission review the responses they get, make some decisions, and we can take it forward from there. So I'd just ask the local Conservatives just to calm down a little bit, let due process happen, and we can take it from there. It's really as simple as that. What we won't support is this lazy status quo of a bit of tinkering, 17 wards with 3 members in, no real effort to look at the details and how better we can represent local residents. They've not done the work. It's evident they've not done the work. They've just turned up to workshops led by officers, good tools to use, and they just
Councillor
lazy approach.
You've had your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. We run out of time at 10:34. I will propose that we continue because of the urgency of the urgent motion on Ukraine.
Move CP10 then, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then it's CP42M that the meeting continue beyond the 4 hours in duration. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? All right, so that bit's covered. We can order breakfast. Councillor Poulter, you reserved the right to speak on this as seconder.
I did, Mr. Mayor, yes. Firstly, thank you to the officers for the time and effort that they put into these joint workshop, cross-party workshops, and 4 of those, 1 to finalise the details. We had group leaders meetings on the subject, but who's going to believe this? Councillor Shanker didn't realise what was happening. He didn't realise that he only got this opportunity to influence the council's contribution towards the boundary review. So it was a mistake probably that he made not to realise what was happening. What's become apparent, Mr. Mayor, is that their group has not got the courage of their convictions to be able to put forward their proposals as an amendment to this paper. What they clearly intend to do is try and pull the wool over the Boundary Commission's eyes by submitting them separately. But I need to give you a bit of history really into this and to why what he calls panic is actually annoyance and shock at the treacherous, shameless, undemocratic, politically motivated gerrymandering that he's come forward with. It's completely designed to cram other parties down into their own wards. I have to tell you, Mr. Mayor, in line with our open door policy, we were asked to meet with Councillor Shanker and his deputy to talk about the Boundary Commission. That was after the paper was formed, coming forwards. And to my surprise, the gist of the meeting was for them to present us with a map to their last minute or late entry changes to the boundaries, described by the Telegraph as carve up, described by me as gerrymandering, with a request and a suggestion that to have a look at this map because they thought we'd like it because it would be able to do down the Liberal Democrats and the Reform parties into their home wards. Absolutely unashamed request for us to take a part in their gerrymandering There's no way out of that. There's no argument about that. That is what happened on the day, and that's shocking, absolutely shocking. But this map that was created and presented to us, when we made it perfectly clear to them we weren't interested in their behaviour, it morphed into something different. It changed. It dumbed down some of the changes in some of the wards, but ultimately neither of their proposals deals with. Councillor Shanker claims it meets the Boundary Commission's criteria. That's nonsense. Neither of them add anything to the proposals in terms of numbers. Their proposals, directly as we've heard, split current communities. There is nothing in the geography. There's no rhyme, no reason to the geography that they're creating and wanting to change it to. For heaven's sake, half of Chaddesden Park into one ward and half into another. Complete nonsense. It does nothing for the representation of the public in those wards. One thing that's not been mentioned but has been mentioned to me by residents is concern over the effects of moving people from one ward to another. And there's no getting away from it, but people in Oakwood, if they were moved into Bredsall Hilltop, there's a potential for their house prices to be affected, for their car insurance costs and their house insurance costs to be altered, and they do not wish to be changed from one ward into another in any way, shape or form. Mr. Mayor, far from panic mode, this is a clear indication by not bringing forward the amendment that they don't have the courage of their convictions in this matter to bring it before this council, because far from them carving up the city, their proposal would have been carved up here tonight. Let me be absolutely certain that the Boundary Commission are clear. They will not take into account politically motivated recommendations. They're not stupid. They've seen all this before. They will see through the Labour proposals and they will dismiss them as we would. Now, finally, just to sum up, my last sentence really is this, that I'm no stranger to dirty tricks being pulled by the Labour group and Councillor Shanker in particular for their own political ends. But I have to say, Mr. Mayor, this is the worst I've seen and experienced in my 16 years in this council. It's shocking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, you have the chance to sum up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've heard enough of the proposals from Labour, and I commend the paper before you with the three recommendations, 2.1 to 2.3, to this council for.
All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? That is carried. And it takes us to the late item, solidarity with Ukraine. Now debate an urgent item that I referred to earlier in relation to the situation in Ukraine. Copies of the motion were circulated before the meeting began. Councillor Martin, I understand that you intend to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for accepting this very late motion. I know we're all extremely tired. I'm very tired. We all want to go home. But just before I begin to speak, I'd like to point to the current headline on the BBC News website, which says that a huge convoy of Russian armour is advancing on Kyiv. I'd also like to thank Councillor Poulter for agreeing to second this motion. Now, the situation in Ukraine is grave indeed. We've all been shocked and appalled at the images of tanks rolling into Ukraine as part of an unwarranted and senseless Russian invasion of that country. We've all been humbled by the news that Ukrainian citizens are taking up machine guns and turning beer bottles into Molotov cocktails in order to defend their family, their town, and their country against one of the world's strongest military powers. These people, Mr. Mayor, are lionhearts. As Putin flaunts his nuclear weaponry before the world, we must be clear what is at stake here. The right of people to live as they determine, the right to speak out against injustice, the right to think and be as they wish. The will of ordinary people to stand up to tyrants. And right now, and I mean very right now, at this very, very minute, a fight for existence itself against an invading army that has a huge arsenal. But invading and bombing another country to impose an external will on a people doesn't work. You can bomb and kill people, but you can't crush the human spirit of an entire people. So I hope everyone will support this motion, which condemns this unprovoked act of aggression done in the name of Russia. We want to express tonight as a council our solidarity with the Ukrainian community in Derby at this time and offer them practical assistance in any way that may be suitable. We are also mindful of the Russian community in Derby and express our solidarity with all the Russian people who oppose this war waged in their name, those who want peace. However difficult it is to talk, conflicts and tensions are only ever fully resolved by dialogue. We support the sanctions imposed on Russia by the EU, the US and our own government. And we should write to the office of the Prime Minister to urge that the strongest sanctions are taken and upheld in order to force real dialogue from Putin that aims for peace. This invasion belongs to the last century. The challenges we ought to be addressing now are environmental, not imperial. But we are at this point, and I hope everyone will put aside any whataboutery and support this motion to express the City of Derby's solidarity with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini, Slava Gorayam. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Poulter, do you wish to speak now?
I'll speak now, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. Just to say, really, I'm absolutely more than happy to second this motion tonight to show solidarity with our, well, let's talk about the 400 people in Derby with Ukrainian heritage, as we've heard from the Mayor tonight. I can only imagine how they're feeling tonight, sat at home, watching the pictures, watching the news, wondering and not being able to contact relatives over there in the midst of the conflict. It absolutely beggars belief as to how it must make them feel. And we have an absolute moral duty to support them wherever we can. And this mission expresses that and calls on us to do whatever we can in support of those generations of Ukrainian people who reside in our city. And if there are those many Ukrainian people in our city, imagine what it's like across the rest of the country. I would completely endorse the government stance in terms of bringing to the UK relatives of anybody that are settled in this country already and supporting them in that process. And yes, a negotiated settlement hopefully would be the way forward, but I'm in fear of the next few days and weeks in terms of President Putin's actions. He seems to be less and less rational, and the ultimate potential consequences are unimaginable. That said, we offered support, or the Mayor himself offered support, and took part in a gathering outside on the Sir Peter Hilton Garden last Saturday, and a strong show of solidarity, which unfortunately I wasn't able to end due to a previous commitment, but was well attended by members of my group, and any such events will be so in the future whilst ever this conflict carries on. So I'm more than happy to second this motion and take the actions as suggested in that motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've all watched with absolute horror over the past few days as Russian dictator Putin has ordered his troops to attack his peaceful neighbour, Ukraine. Ukraine, of course, has every right to defend itself and should be helped to do so. And we very much salute the bravery and determination of the Ukrainian people. We're glad also that belatedly the West and NATO have realised that appeasement of Putin doesn't work. The full force of comprehensive sanctions needs to be applied to not only Putin, his henchmen, and their country. But we're also very heartened that there are still people in Russia willing to stand up against Putin's aggression, despite the threats to them of arrest and imprisonment. And they too need our support. Putin has also, of course, been meddling in the UK's internal affairs for far too long. And it's about time the British government acted decisively to stop this. Whether it's dirty money in UK politics, or politicians who have been exposed now as Putin's poodles, this type of thing needs to be stopped once and for all. Their influence, Russian influence and money, needs to be removed once and for all from British politics. Russian media operating in the UK, which really is just a front for their activities and promoting their gaslighting and lies, also needs to be shut down. We have to defend democracy. We need to get more muscular about defending democracy. We also stand with Derby's Ukrainian community. I personally have friends in the Ukrainian community, and some of those people I know came to the UK in the aftermath of World War II as refugees. And if a new generation of Ukrainian refugees need our protection, then they are welcome here, and Derby should welcome them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. Can I say I'm very pleased that this. Thank Councillor Martin for putting it forward and for getting the Leader of the Council to support it. I'm really saddened by this. I've lived my life believing that peace was the way forward and global peace was achievable. And when something like this happens, it changes one's perspective, and it's fearful. And I am very sure that there are many other people in this country and many other countries who feel similarly. I've discussed with both the proposer and seconder two minor changes to what we have in front of us. To say that we write to the Derby branch of the association so that our letter doesn't get lost somewhere in London. And I think they will both accept that. And the second thing is to change from the word isolate Russia. If someone feels isolated and pushed into a corner, I believe they are much more likely to kick out in unpredictable and more fearful ways. And I think we need to increase the pressure on Russia, but keep open those doors so that we can negotiate rather than to be isolated. And again, both have said that they are happy with that amendment, and I hope that others will be too. People might like to know that there's an online collection going on, which has already raised more than £800,000 towards support for refugees. There are people offering items to the Ukrainian Association in Derby. to be able to send out to people who need it. And the Polish community are saying we need help because we are receiving so many of the refugees. There are people offering bed spaces. We don't know if we're going to have refugees here yet. We don't know whether the British government will follow the EU's view and say, actually, refugees need a bit of stability. They'll need somewhere to go, from not just if they've got family here, but potentially anybody for 3 years. I would like us to do that. I think it's something that we should be proud of. We are a country that historically has received people in need, and they've integrated well with us. And if we do have refugees in numbers, and we don't yet know what the situation will be, there are things that we as a city will need to do. And I think we need to not just ask the Ukrainian Association what they want, but we also need to be proactive, because we know there will be children coming, and the children will need school places. They will need to learn English. The adults will need to learn English. People will need to have occupations so that they feel supported and useful here. And these are all things that the council should be thinking about, and they are for the future, and they are things that we should be doing. So thank you very much for putting this forward, and let us do what we can as a city to help those in need.
Rather than put an amendment formally, can you accept it, Alison? Thank you. Are you happy that we move to the vote on this? Nobody else wants to express a contrary view? No, thank you. In which case, those in favour of the motion as printed and amended, please show. I think we're ending on a note of unanimity, which is wonderful. Thank you. That is carried. That brings the business of today's meetings to a close. Thank you for your participation, and to all those watching online. Please don't run away. I haven't finished yet. I'd also like to express my thanks to the officers who have enabled our meetings to take place in varied venues in both hot and cold temperatures, and all councillors for your reasonably good conduct over the last year. I look forward to seeing you again at the annual meeting in May, where I will chair for the final time as Mayor for 2021-22. Please wear yellow and blue tomorrow, the 1st of March, for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.